So basically, how we go is that we only gonna run through the preview for what is
About to
the
come
first
directly.
match. Yeah. Okay, so that's what they give us highlights for. Don't talk too heavy on the highlights though. Just see what we see. It is a semi-final night in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. Good night, everyone, and welcome once again to this iconic venue, the Garfield Sobers Sports Complex in Wildy, St. Michael. Tonight, we're going to see the best four men take on the best of four women. In fact, sorry, the best four men take on each other, and the best of four women take on each other as well, to see who will find themselves in that grand finale on October 15th, once again, right here at the Wildy Gymnasium. My name is Joel Manning. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you guys once again. A night like this, a tournament like this would not be possible without our sponsors. So to each and every single one of them, we want to say a thank you. To the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., The Nation newspaper, Digicel Plus. You plus Digicel Plus equals more value. Marvalene, the original, always moving forward. The Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, National Sports Council, Barbados Road Tennis Association, and the Barbados Bottling Company, our hydration partner. Thank you to all of those sponsors. And also thank you to every single person that has played a part in this tournament, whether or not it has been a spectator, because trust me, a tournament is not possible without spectators. Those who have come out to offer assistance in terms of volunteers, of course our hard-working officials, and hey, our production crew as well. Thank you to everyone for being a part of this year's tournament. Semi-final night. Once again, my name is Joel Manning. Alongside of me, the man they call Bruce Willis, Kelvin Scott. Good night to you. How are you doing?
Good night to you, Joel. Good night to the viewing public. I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm happy to hear that. I'm yellow. I'm bright. I'm feeling fantastic here on this Thursday night. Semi-final night. Nerves are high. Excitement is there. Are you ready for this action, Kelvin?
I am more than ready. I was preparing perhaps from maybe Monday. So I am definitely ready. Are you ready?
But of course, Kelvin. I mean, I have able partners alongside, and you guys as well. So I don't have to do much other than just talk a little bit and let the experts do the hard lifting, the heavy lifting here. But hey, talking about ready, we have some very interesting matchups coming up. Of course, let's look back at a couple of the highlights that we've had so far coming in to this one. Starting with, let's look at the Sheldene Walrond side of things here tonight. What are our chances looking like here, Kelvin?
Well, Sheldene has some very, very good chances. She would have defeated Rashida Holder 21-7, 21-13 in the round of 16. And in the quarterfinals that we saw over the weekend, she defeated Kezia Blunt 21-9, 21-8. So there's no individual that give Sheldene any real trouble thus far in the tournament. But tonight she's up against a very strong contender in the likes of Marvalene Neblett. But however, I believe in this particular one, Sheldene should be given a bit more trouble than Marvalene, if I'm to put it that way.
Oh, it's going to be interesting all around. The crowd is beginning to gather here at the gymnasium, and let's get those highlights there. And it was an interesting matchup whereby Sheldene doesn't necessarily have the strongest of competitors going into that quarterfinal. Probably in terms of experience, probably least experienced player she had there for her. But overall, what do you think her preparations look like coming into this one?
Lots of training. I can tell you that she's a Coast Guard, a member by profession. So she trains hard in terms of her technical ability, but in terms of her physique and overall fitness, she's putting in all of the work, putting in a lot of form work, a lot of backhand work to come up against someone like Marvalene Neblett, who is a relatively balanced player who can attack when she needs to attack and who can defend when she needs to defend.
Let's talk about Marvalene Neblett a little bit now as we get those images of her from that quarterfinal. You know, looking at Marvalene, what do you think her form is coming into tonight?
Marvalene should be full of confidence. She defeated Maria Kamabach 21-18, 21-18 in the round of 16, and then in the round of, or rather the quarterfinals, to me, it was a surprise. Some individuals said that it was a given. She defeated Gaylan Edwards 21-18, 21-14. Gaylan had now defeated the world's number 4, and for Marvalene Neblett to defeat her, to me that was a very, very, very good win, and she would be coming into this semifinals beaming with confidence tonight, Joel.
Yeah, certainly a confidence factor as those players start to make their way towards the courts. Obviously, you know, they've been here before in terms of stages like this, in terms of pressure environments, but looking at probably what might be some of the thoughts going through their head, let's start once again with Sheldene. What do you think she's looking at in terms of these are my strong suits, my strong suites, and if I perfect these, I'm going to be on top tonight?
What I can tell you, Joel, is that Sheldene would be focusing on perhaps winning the first 3 games. As we would appreciate in the semifinals, it's 3 best of 5. So therefore, she would not want to be playing 5 games. She's extremely fit, and if it had to go to 5 games, I'm quite sure she's mentally and physically prepared for such a long duel. But I'm telling you, she's looking to finish this as soon as possible, perhaps with a 3 straight.
No, Marvalene, no, on the other side of things, you mentioned the fact confidence boost because some didn't think that she would be here on semi-final night. What does she have in her arsenal that you're hoping to see from her? And if she perfects that, she could be on top.
Well, she's a country girl.
We know how you are, you know, fair enough.
Hails from St. Andrew. But all sport aside, Marvalene has a very interesting backarm. And oftentimes road tennis players try to penetrate the backarm of their opponent. But Marvalene can pull her backarm very, very, very well and create some difficulty for her opponent. Now, interestingly, she attacks from both sides of the court, and that can put Sheldene under a bit of trouble. And in addition to that, she has been increasingly improving as a player. So at this big stage tonight, semi-final stage, I'm expecting her to perform at her best.
Well, the introductions are being made to me very soon. We're getting in to the action here. Both players just going through.
And just a quick correction there. The women are actually playing a 2 best of 3 as opposed to the 3 best of 5 which the men are playing. And another quick correction is that Rachel Smith was number 3 and not number 4. So thanks for that correction, John Wick.
Well, we're unzipping as things are quite cool here in the gymnasium, and once again, just different conditions to what we're usually accustomed to having outside. Things have been quite warm, but hey, these players have gone through a round or two here inside of the Wilde Gymnasium. They've gotten accustomed to this court. And right about now, it is time to get this first semi-final of the Barbados Road Tennis Open underway. Once again, it is Sheldene Walrond, and she is on the top end of your screen, and she's taking on Marvalene Neblett.
First ball to the back arm of Neblett. She feels in putting it on. And the second ball, Sheldene does the same thing, but creating the opportunity for the shot, going through the forearm of Neblett. And we have our first appeal of the night. And the technical team, we are awaiting for the Nation News review, the first one of the night.
No Nation News review from our side.
Or rather, we wouldn't have a Nation News review, but we would have the lines personnel to call this particular one as the technical team continues to put all of the technology in place for the reviews.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, quite early in the piece, looking to just appeal that particular decision. You just wonder the type of impact it might have, given that we're uncertain of what would have been the outcome should the technology been in place or been in play on that particular occasion. A big night like this, and certainly we expect to see a lot more appeals going down here in this particular engagement.
Well, we are at the quarterfinals, Joel, so therefore every point is important. As a matter of fact, in every round, every point is important. But as players get closer to that grand prize of $20,000, they want to make sure that the point is rewarded to them if it's really theirs. So Marvalene now speaking to Christopher Griffith, the chair umpire, in relation to that point. But as it stands right now, it's 1 serving to love, Sheldene Walrond in the short blue pants, serving towards Marvalene Neblett on the other end. Do you own a road tennis racket, Joel?
I actually do, and I whipped it out the other day. I had to kind of get into gear to talk a bit about the semi-finals, and I went into the bottom of my closet and I dusted it off. It was quite dusty because it has not been taken out in probably, I would say, maybe 8 to 10 years. And it was put to good use, though. I got back into the stride of things quite quickly. I wasn't as mobile. People told me I was a little flat-footed, something that we've talked a lot about in this tournament. So, I'm starting to get my groove back into it. But it's interesting here that we're seeing Sheldene Walrond putting her jacket
on. It appears as though both players have decided that they'll wait on technology, and it's well within their right, Joel. Speaking of technology, I saw you playing a popular radio DJ, and I said to him that for some reason, what have you learned here with John Wick and myself? You seem to be putting on the court, and you look quite decent, man. I must commend you for that.
And it's interesting you mentioned that, because that was in my rusty phase. So imagine me at my prime, I could probably take on you guys as well. Who knows?
And he asked me on national radio yesterday in an interview, what is your name? And I said, we've now named you Denzel Washington.
I've still not gotten the real reasoning behind that. But, I'll accept, he's up there with the best of the best, quite sharp in, appearance and everything about it, So I would take the Denzel Washington framing of things. Still appears as if we're having a bit of a conversation now, unzipping once again. And once again, I'm just wondering what that conversation is going on out there. I think we heard that's okay from Marvalene.
Yes, well, I can tell you, Joel, that the actual rules of the BRTA suggest that in situations like these, the chair umpire would have the final word, and therefore it seems to be a discussion between Marvalene Neblett, Sheldene Walrond, and Christopher Griffith, who's the chair umpire, and it seems as though they've come to a mutual decision in terms of continuing the game. So 2 serving to love. That's the third ball so far on the back arm of Neblett. 4. Seems as though Sheldene's coach has certainly shown her a weakness And interestingly, Joel, based on our stats, all 5 balls from Sheldene were served to the back arm of Neblett, and she gained 5 points that way. It's now Love serving to 6. Oh, that's a beautiful passing shot. Very soft and nice through the back arm of Walrond. So 1 serving to 6 now. The semifinals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. Second point garnered from the back arm of Walrond. And it seems as though both players are looking to go through the back arm of each other, Joel. Again. And as I mentioned before, Marvalene has what it takes to be a very decent attacker. She's hitting the ball quite accurately and comfortably of late. And that's really good to see how Neblett used her serves to gather some points. So it's now 7 serving to 4 in this first semifinals. That's a beautiful ace, Joel. Cutting that angle and in lots of difficulty for Neblett. Ooh, that one just on the outer side of the court. So it's 9 serving to 4. And you can tell, Joel, that both players are indeed a bit cold. Would need to warm up their bodies a bit in this first game.
9-4.
Again, Walrond going to the back arm of Neblett. And somehow at this point of time, Neblett's coach, Winslow Burkett, would need to speak to his student and somehow adjust her application of how she's receiving that ball.
Yeah, it appears both players, in fact, just have a bit of a backhand deficiency at the moment. It was interesting to watch Sheldene.
And somehow, as the expression goes, Marvalene is not coming out of that backhand at all. Oh, that's a beautiful turn. That's a beautiful turn. And that's exactly what you want to do, Joel. You build up the shot and build up the shot, and then you turn. That was wonderfully done by Neblett. 6 now serving to 12. 6 now serving to 13 as that ball just tipped the net and went on the outside. Beautiful shot. And it's very important, Joel, that as a road tennis player, you develop your shot based on your serve. So you will see many of these players using their serve at a particular angle, knowing exactly how the ball would come back on their court, and then they would execute the shot. And I'm quite sure that you're going to see lots of that a bit later when the man, Antoine Little Man Daniel, steps on the court.
What's going to be interesting here is the approach of Neblett once again facing the serve. What adjustments is she able to make in a short space of time to at least take 2-3 points out of this service?
Well, that ball was called out, so it's now 13 serving to 8. But you touched on a very salient point in terms of the adjustment of Neblett. She went over to her coach, Winslow Burkett, and whatever he told her seems to be working. And interestingly, Joel, you realize that as soon as Neblett found the antidote, Sheldene switched her serve. That's a beautiful shot. With the pace and power. And the lines official, Hanif Seal, calls that one in. There wasn't any doubt about that. And somehow Marvalene rushing her shots a bit, creating some unforced errors here. 9 now serving to 16 in this first game. The semifinals. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. And you would realize that Marvalene isn't hitting a lot of these balls with power. She's just hitting them with placement, and sometimes that's all it takes, really. And somehow the backarm of Walrond looking a bit suspect tonight. It's usually much stronger than that. So 11 now serving to 16. The ball is in the hand of Marvalene Neblett.
And it appears as if she's going to be appealing this particular line call. Originally judged in, but Neblett believes that in fact that ball was out. And once again, looking at the positioning of Neblett and how close she was to that one, obviously putting herself in the best position to see where that ball would have bounced. Will it be a successful Nation News review for her?
We're looking, Joel, at Sheldene Walrond with perhaps about 12 years or so experience as a player versus Marvalene Neblett, who started to play just about 6 years ago. So tonight it's a bit of experience versus inexperience.
And there we have that Nation News review. And I thought she had the best seat in the house in terms of a position to see where that ball would have bounced. But it appears that she's going to lose this review as it's adjudged in. That ball was good. And 2 appeals left now for Marvalene Neblett. Just to remind our viewers, each player gets 3 reviews in each game. 3 successful, or rather 3 unsuccessful reviews, that is.
And Marvalene mixing up the serves a bit. That's a very intelligent approach. Oh, beautiful passing shot. You can hear someone from the crowd shouting in amazement at that. But it's 18 serving to 12, so Neblett still trailing by 6 points. And she would need to do much more than that to catch Sheldene Walrond here today. So it's 18 serving now to 13 after Walrond somehow forced that one to the outer end of the court.
18-13.
18 now serving to 14. And you know, Joel, someone said to me, they really like how the ball sounds on this concrete wood.
19-14.
19 serving to 14. Well, 20 serving to 14 after that ace. She has enough room to try different things with her serves.
Well, first game point here for her. And she takes a game number 1 in this best-of-3 contest to see who will make their way to the finals.
Yes, and I can tell you, Joel, that Marvalene Neblett still looks a bit cold. She's not playing her usual self. Earlier when I came in, she was in the gym behind us on the bicycle, getting her body warm, but obviously because of the break, she seems to have simmered down a bit in terms of her intensity. She's just pretty much reaching for the balls, and I'm hoping that perhaps Coach Burkett can see that she's reaching for these balls and therefore say to her, listen, Neblett, you need to step some more. You need to intensify your efforts in reaching those balls, and especially for the serves coming from Walrond to her back arm, she needs to adjust. As a matter of fact, our stats shows that she lost 8 points as a result of Walrond serving to her back arm, and that's a great percentage in terms of the points set up here tonight. So I'm hoping that Coach Burkett can see it and can help her to adjust in terms of her approach for these serves.
Yeah, certainly a lot of adjustment need to be made looking back at how things proceeded in that first game. She was down, Love serving 5, went to 4 serving 6, so she pulled herself back into it, but then that service from Walrond again, getting the better of her, exchanging at 11, serving to 4. So a lot of work to be done here for her in the second game. Of course, should she pull it back, we head to an all-important game number 3. But at the moment, things looking in the favor of Sheldene Walrond. So the question is, can Marvalene Neblett get warm here in game number 2? Dead ball, Love serving Love, all to play for.
Well, that's a beautiful cross-court serve to the forearm of Walrond. And she's now mixing it up, coming with a backarm serve. So perhaps Coach Burkett said to her in that break, you need to mix up the serves. Sheldene is beginning to read you, because that happens obviously as a player realizes, hey, you need to make an adjustment. That's a beautiful power serve, as they're called, and then the placement through the same area of the backarm. So 3-1. Neblett with the ball bouncing in her hand. She goes now to the forearm of Walrond. And it seems as though the ball dribbled or hit twice in the court of Neblett. And now it's the Coast Guard, Sheldene Walrond to serve. 2 serving to 3. And as I mentioned before, Neblett is now beginning to move. You can see that body mechanics beginning to kick in, the agility beginning to kick in. And this usually happens when players have switched the environment. Obviously, they're here now in the gymnasium, playing under the air-conditioned circumstances, so it would be slightly different. And Sheldene Walrond has taken the lead, 6-3. And this is exactly what Neblett would not want. You don't want to be chasing behind Walrond, the experienced player, at all. 4-0 serving to 6. This is exactly what you would want, to keep it as closely as possible in terms of this point setting.
Well, she gathered her thoughts, and collected that point on that particular occasion, Neblett.
And you would have realized, Joel, that she decided to go with a center court serve, which usually creates lots of problems for players, because they're expecting the person serving to either go to the right or to the left. So then when a person comes down through the center, it usually creates some difficulty. But Neblett committing the cardinal sin and hitting that ball outside for the serve. And somehow she's reaping some dividends, serving to the backarm of Walrond. 6 now serving to 7. As you can see on the screen, Sheldene Walrond won the first game 21-14. And now this is the second game. This all-important semifinals, with the winner advancing to the finals and coming a bit closer to that grand prize. Tell us that grand prize, Joel.
Well, if they share it with me, it'll be $10,000 each. But no, $20,000 is what's on offer here for the final going down on a Sunday, October 15th, here at this very venue, the Wilde Gymnasium. We do expect it to be packed out. I know that it was almost a full house last year, if not a full house that we had for that final. Certainly expecting that to be here again. The crowd is slowly trickling in here to this venue. We certainly expect, as we head towards the second women's semi-final and into the men's, it will probably be 3/4 full by the time we're ready to start.
Oh, and that's the third ace of the night from Walrond. That one was beautiful. Oh, again, Neblett just cutting that ball just very, very close to the net, but Walrond reading it, adapting, and putting that one past Neblett. It's now 11 serving to 7. It's quite clear that Neblett somehow doesn't look herself, based on what I saw in the prelims on her road to this semifinals. She looks a bit off. 8 now serving to 12. What she will want to do now with these serves, Joel, is to make this gap a bit closer. That's a beautiful power serve to the backarm there of Walrond. So 9 serving to 12. Gap reduced from 4 to 3 points. And that forearm, though, given her some problems tonight in terms of adjusting it to keep the ball on the court.
It was interesting to watch as she looked towards her coach to question whether or not to challenge that particular ball.
That's a very educated way of playing your tennis. Former student of Queen's College.
Can you say that again?
We're not here to discuss schools, Joel. I know that's your school. That's a beautiful shot, though, from
A Queen's College student.
Marvalene Neblett, who hails from St. Andrew. And she's beginning to catch her rhythm here. She doesn't have much time. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Pulling Walrond to the far right and then opening up that gap and just placing the ball down through there. That's beautiful. I'm quite sure that her coach, Winslow Burkett, is saying to her, yes, so you're a bit closer. You need to keep the game as close as possible. Do not let Sheldene pull away from you. That is what I would be advising if I were her coach tonight, Joel.
Well, it sounds like sound advice and good advice, so I probably have to shake your hand on that one and say well done. But indeed, looking at the fact that there are 5 balls in the hand of Sheldene Walrond now to serve, looking at how she's been dominant heading towards the back arm of Neblett, you're probably telling yourself here and now is where Sheldene Walrond is saying, hey, I can actually wrap things up in terms of putting myself in that winning position. Can Neblett, though, stop it?
Well, what Sheldene would want to get from her 5 serves is at least 3 points. It's now 14 serving to 12. Ooh, is that on, Joel? We're unable to see behind the net. It is 15 serving to 12 now. That was a very soft and interesting serve, different from what she was serving for the night, and she's now mixing up her serves, going center court with that one. 16 serving to 12, going to the far right with that one. Very, very intelligent player this lady Sheldene Walrond is. And Neblett, for some reason tonight, Joel, is not stepping into the blue. She's not stepping into the court. For example, there were 3 short balls thus far, and for these balls, she's just reaching. And Coach Burkett will want to tell her, you need to step closer to the ball, give yourself a better percentage of covering the actual shot.
Well, the moment that Sheldene Walrond has been waiting for all year is on the verge. Can she book her spot in the finals here and now during this particular service period with 3 points needed? Neblett, though, does she have any fire left in that tank? Can she rally and pull things back?
Well, as we mentioned before, Joel, it's a 2 best of 3. And it's now 12 serving to 19. That's an entire 7-point lead. So she doesn't have much room right now or time. Nice serve, though. Power serve again to the back arm of Walrond. And we have Marsha Boyce, who just took her position in standing, somehow predicting the end of this game already based on the trajectory. Beautiful exchanges there from Marvalene Neblett, and she's saying it's not over until it's over. So it's now 15 serving to 19. She was very fortunate there to have a net ball as opposed to a spoilt serve. And that's it, 20 now serving to 19. This is going to be an uphill battle for the St. Andrew-born Neblett.
Game, set, and match point here for her. She's going to have to wait a bit longer.
2017. Somehow Sheldene is at the brink of Haynesville, but not getting into her house.
And that will be it. Game, set, and match to Sheldene Walrond. She is going to be the first woman that's heading to the finals on October 15th of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
And it's really good to see the sportsmanship. Both ladies shaking hands, but then they both went over to the chair umpire, Christopher Griffith, respectfully thanking him for how he called the game. And that's what you want to see, the camaraderie amongst the road tennis players and the officials. Well done, Sheldene. Congratulations to you and to your camp in advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Well done indeed. She's booked that first spot, the first spot of two. And what we're about to see is probably how she was able to do such. And there's a Marvalene play of the match that's about to come up. But certainly a fantastic performance all around from her. She starts to make her way towards Marsha Boyce. But yeah, look at it here. That Marvalene play of the match. Placement, precision, and everything you want to see from a finalist. Absolutely fantastic from her. As she gets herself ready, let's quickly begin to talk through that performance from her on that particular occasion.
Well, Sheldene is always a very cool, calm player. I've played her before, interestingly, here in Barbados and in New York in a small exhibition. And Sheldene is one of those very cool, collective, calculated players.
Well, it is time to hear from our first finalist in this year's Road Tennis Open. Let's head over now to Marsha Boyce.
Well, I'm here with Sheldene Walrond, the winner of the first women's semi-final tonight. First of all, Sheldene, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, Sheldene, you looked really comfortable out there, but did it feel as comfortable as it looks?
Yes, it was.
So talk us through this game. I'm going to spend some time on the second set. The first one, you took that pretty easy, 21-14, but things were a bit closer in the second game. Did the scoreline trouble you at any point?
No, the scoreline didn't trouble me at all at any point, but however, she's a good player, so that's expected to happen. Other than that, it wasn't no issues.
And throughout the game, we noticed that, Marvalene, she tried some things with her serve. She tried a bit of variation. Did that cause you to make any adjustment to your game?
Of course, as a player makes adjustments, I myself have to make adjustments as well. So, yes, it did cause me to make adjustments to my game.
Now, after the quarterfinal match, you said you were in really good shape. You served up some really good aces tonight. Are you happy with where you're at, looking ahead to the final?
Yes, I'm very happy with the way I'm at and the standard that I'm at. And as a game, once again, I feel lovely being in the tournament and I feel great.
And then finally, again, looking ahead to that final, is there more to come from Sheldene? Is there any reserve in the tank?
There are plenty of reserves in the tank.
Thank you very much, Sheldene. Congratulations and all the best for the final.
Okay, thank you very much.
And guys, it's back to you.
Well, those were the words of Sheldene Walrond, our first finalist. Let's take a quick break here, and we'll come back. More action in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Your day with the Nation News e-paper. Enjoy the accessibility and new upgrades of the Nation News e-paper daily, whether on our mobile app or Nation News website. For added convenience, use our new audio read feature, which reads the newspaper aloud, or look in the archives for any publications you may have missed. Get your news, your time, your way with the Nation News e-paper and enjoy our new upgrades.
Barbados attracts the largest number of marathon runners to the Caribbean from many international countries. The prestigious Run Barbados Marathon has evolved into one of Barbados' premier sporting activities on the island, known for its festive atmosphere and a spirit of camaraderie. I had a chance to take in that Run Barbados action last year on the East Coast, and I believe we're heading back to the East Coast as well again this year. Was I there to run? Absolutely not. I was there to do exactly what I'm doing now, talk. But trust me, it was wonderful talking through the scenes, and you're seeing some of them there on screen at the moment. The moments of joy of just knowing that you've crossed the line. And the thing about it is that it is set in a scene whereby it is just beautiful. So even if you're struggling, you're going to enjoy the views down there on the East Coast. Once again, that Run Barbados series, it's going down December 8th to 10th, right here in this beautiful gem known as Barbados. Well, amazing action there in that first match. Sheldene Walrond booking her place in the semi-final. I've kind of swapped out the experts alongside of me, John Witt. Chala, good night to you. How are you doing tonight?
Hi, good evening, Joel. I am fine, and good evening to all our viewers.
Yes. Once again, good evening to everybody, because trust me, not viewers here in Barbados, only viewers across the region, across the world as well. Welcome to these semi-finals. Let's look very quickly at the performance and the words of Sheldene. She said, hey, she was comfortable, she enjoyed it. But I want to go and look maybe at something that was talked about in terms of that back arm of hers. Any concerns for you looking at that for her heading into the final?
Not really. Sheldene is a very balanced player. And I think that the more she's getting closer to that final point, you're going to see Sheldene even in another gear. So I really think that tonight she was really not really pushed either. To some degree, when a player is really under that kind of pressure, you would normally get more. But this was a kind of very one-sided in terms of it comes to serves this evening. Because what we saw is that Sheldene, we hardly had very few rallies in the game. And she showed tonight her dominance as a server. Sheldene in the first half of that game served 100%. You know, she went to 100% in the first game, first half of the game. She ended on 80% overall on her serves in game number 1, and in game number 2 she ended up at 72%. So her serves this evening were spot on. She identified that her opponent was struggling with the backhand returns, and she kept it there.
Well, it's time to talk about match number 2. Kim Holder, the number 1 rank, she's taking on Maudlyn Blunt in this second semi-final. Very quickly, talking about Kim Holder, what are you expecting to see from her here tonight?
Kim Holder is a number 1 player, and one we're recently expecting that she's going to come here to defend this title that she won in 2022. She's really had a lot of pressure, but she's here on court. We are seeing that she's coming up against Jalisa Holder Vaughn. And she took the first game at 21-2, quite easy, and the second one at 21-10. 21-12 correction. So Kim had reasonably easy step into this semifinals. She really hasn't been under a whole lot of pressure, and let's see if the semifinals brings that kind of pressure that she really needs as she get ready, hopefully, into the finals.
Well, let's switch things over now to Maudlyn Blunt, who we know actually picked up an injury as well in that quarter final match. We're about to get some highlights from her here as well from her game. Talk to me about Blunt.
Yeah, Blunt, she's known as a fighter, a very steady player. She keeps the ball in court she fights tooth and nail for everything. Actually, here I think is where we saw the injury came about in her game when she was not willing to give up on that occasion. And Blunt was able to get over her opponent in Angela Burrows with a 21-16, 21-10 win. And there she is fighting all the way. I think this evening we're going to have a Blunt who will bring a similar approach, and there's the injury. We have a Blunt who will bring a similar type of approach this evening, looking to book her past in the finals.
Well, I know that you happen to get insider information occasionally. You know, you head into the camps and you have conversations, as they would say. You know, did you get any insider information on that hand of Blunt?
Yes,
Blunt,
you know? Yeah, Blunt actually injured the thumb of her right hand, which is actually holding the racket. So her grip was in some degree of trouble for 2 days after. On the Monday, she could not play. It was actually swollen. But Tuesday, the swelling came down, and she was able to get in some pretty good work yesterday. She seems to be in the high 90s, almost 100%. I'm looking forward to this match this evening.
Well, it's going to be something that we have a chance to monitor as we go throughout this semi-final, whether or not we see reactions like what we're seeing here on screen when she originally injured that thumb, because obviously it's not been many days that she's been able to get that rest, and you know, it's just a part of the body. It just needs a couple of days to, you know, get that ice, get back into things. But a big match on hand here in the semi-final. And we saw her play through pain before, and I'm pretty sure that if that is to resurface, we're going to see her play through some pain again. Those knockups just underway, and very soon we're going to see that second semi-final underway. Will it be a case of Kim Holder plays another final, or will we see Blunt finding her way towards what will be, in fact, probably her first Barbados Road Tennis Open final?
Yes, it would be the first final for Maudlyn Blunt. She's actually the St. Vincent and Grenadines champion, and I'm quite sure that all I know St. Vincent and Grenadines fans back home taking in the streaming, and they are certainly holding the flags really high this evening in hope that she's able to advance to the finals.
Well, on your screen at the moment, Kim Holder. And on the bottom end of the screen, it is Maudlyn Blunt. Love serving love. Second semi-final is underway.
Where we have two ladies this evening with contrasting styles. Kim Holder is known for her attack. Maudlyn Blunt, she keeps the ball in play rather often. She can attack occasionally, but let's see how it goes this evening.
Funny enough, it's taken a similar approach to what we saw in match number 1 and game number 1 in terms of where that service is going and the struggles to be had in that back arm.
Yeah, she's off to a good 2-0, good 2-love. Seemed to be a particular plan this evening, Joel, serving to the back arm. And we see Blunt taking a similar pattern in this very first game.
First point of the night for Kim Holder. And a slight lead here to get things going for Blunt.
I'm quite sure that Blunt will be happy with this start.
Something that I don't think we've seen too often is quite a few errors at the start of a game from Kim Holder.
Yeah, she seemed to be trying to force balls that really just need to be put on the court at this time. A much better shot on that occasion.
And I figured that this is something that we might see here, given the reaction of Blunt when she was telling herself that it was out. She was looking for the call being adjudged in. And we're going to have that first appeal, the first Nation News review of this second semi-final. The reaction from Blunt initially told me that the ball was out. However, we don't have to trust her eyes, we have to trust the technology. And the question is, what will the technology tell us here on this particular occasion? From my vantage point, I thought maybe it could be slightly out as well, but it's a good thing you don't have to take my vantage point for it.
Here come the Nation News review.
Yeah, and I think that it will appear as if this ball, if we just need one frame forward, this one is a close, but I think it might be out. Ball in.
Ball in, a decision.
And here's why you don't trust me. You trust the technology in the Nation News review.
That is why we have.
It's just interesting to have to make those types of calls because it comes down to a matter of making the decision in between frames.
The reviews are very important, and the technology is critical at this stage of road tennis. It's a necessity at this stage. Just need to give it an opportunity to give us the very best that there is to offer. Blunt will now serve at 6-7-4. She has a 2-point lead.
The first signs of frustration from Holder.
Yes, Holder has that look. Very determined here this evening, but I'm quite sure that Blunt has alternative plans as well.
The thing about it is that a lot of conversation was surrounding the ability for Kim Holder to focus and concentrate, given that we know there's a lot going on in her life at the moment. She talked about it in her interviews. And the question was, seeing moments like this, whether or not there could be somebody in this tournament that might be able to capitalize on that inability to stay focused time and time again.
I think that this evening we are seeing someone who definitely has that ability. Blunt is the type of player that will, like I said from the beginning, she's a fighter. She would give you ball after ball, give you that extra ball to play. And right now she's already creating a cushion here. She's already creating a cushion. This is really good work here by Blunt. She won all 4 of her serves so far, looking for the 5th to create even more cushion in this game, first half of game number 1.
Well, thus far it has been the story of Blunt and the story of errors for Holder, taking on that bit of advice at the moment. Quite a substantial lead at the moment for Blunt, and maybe something that a lot of persons might not have expected here in game number 1. Thoughts on that so far, John?
But you think about this particular matchup, this has so much uncertain moments within the game itself. But kudos must go to Blunt. She's started with a game plan. She's staying with a game plan. We saw on 1-2 occasions Holder going for shots that really were not necessary at the point in time. So this might a little seesaw effect, but certainly benefiting Blunt at this point. Good work by Blunt so far.
Just not settled at the moment, Kim Holder, and you're actually seeing the story portrayed on her face at the moment. She's not looking like the Holder that we've seen come through this tournament. Funny enough, we have seen moments where she's not been on, but not for this extended period of time. 5 serving 13 in game number 1 of semi-final number 2.
Yeah, you can see the expressions on face. She seemed to be really struggling here. Let's see if she's strong enough and capable enough to get over whatever she's battling with at this point.
That's the thing that you say about champions, and something that we've seen from champions in this tournament, the ability to come back, the ability to pull yourself up again.
So Blunt serving at 13-7. Very comfortable lead.
Oh, this is a rally.
This is
quality.
Well done by Blunt again on that occasion. We talk about her fighting spirit. We talk about the determination. And once again, that was a display of what Blunt is really all about. She's a fighter all the way through. Kudos to her. I'm quite sure that the entire place of St. Vincent and the Grenadines just went wild in that particular stroke play.
Indeed.
Good fighting here by Blunt.
Indeed, indeed. She is making a statement here in game number 1. She means business here tonight.
This is really good work here by Blunt. Varying her serves, power, center occasionally, slow serves. This is a really thinking Blunt this evening. She's really eyeing this position of reaching the finals. Maudlyn Blunt, she plays her road tennis at the Elite Academy, Elite Road Tennis Academy, and Kim Holder does as well. So they're both players out of the Elite Academy.
Just white on that particular occasion. Service change now at 9 serving 16. Talking to herself. What is she telling herself here in this moment? Draw herself back, Kim Holder. Well, at the moment, whatever she's telling herself is not working because she just happens to be going quite long on a couple occasions.
And kudos to Blunt as Blunt continues to keep the ball in play. She's certainly playing that keep the ball in blue kind of tennis this evening, and it's really working for her.
Well, there are signs of Kim Holder that probably she might hope is the shot that gets her into gear, a contender for the Marvalene play of the match.
Is it a shot that we will see, that we saw that would give her the confidence to close this gap sooner than later? Oh, again, and once again, good fight here by Blunt. She's covering the court really well. 11-18, 3 points away from Maudlyn Blunt taking the first of this 2 best in 3 matchup this evening.
Well, she has a chance to take it on her service thus far. It's been quite effective for her. Can she seal the deal here and take game number 1. Well, she's one step closer to doing that. 19 serving 12. She's certainly come out fighting from ball number 1, has Blunt.
She's getting some really good support from her coach in Abby Clark. You can hear at times with each point that she wins, you can hear the expressions from Abby Clark encouraging her each and every time. Serving now at 19-12.
19-13.
Well, 1 point away from making what would be a very major statement here on semi-final night. They say, funny enough, the semi-final happens to be bigger than the final in terms of the emotions. Nobody wants to go home. Everybody wants to be on the big stage.
The ball, 27-14.
She will certainly want to close the door at this point at 27-14.
A few errors on the point of Blunt. A little frustrated with herself there. You can understand why the coach though telling her, relax, keep it calm. 1 point, 1 moment is all it will take here to seal game number 1, John.
Yes, and she's certainly put in that 15-second towel break to use here and taking in some good words, I thrust, of advice from her coach. On the other hand, we have Holder. She's also taking some advice from her coach, who I would like to believe is saying, this is not over until it's over. You have your 5 serves, get back into this game and use your serves well.
What's interesting to see as well is that Kenmore Bino is offering a couple words there on the sideline as well. Will they be picture perfect words here tonight? Will she find herself on the front page on another final? Well,
left to be seen. She's 5 points down, serving to stay in this game.
1 is all it will take for Blunt. 5 is what it will take for Holder. Who are the odds on?
And that ball is away.
Blunt is 1 step closer to the big stage. She takes game number 1 at 21-15. Well, what a way to start this semi-final for Maudlyn Blunt. Would you say that if she is to take game number 2 with 2 straight sets, that tonight it will be considered an upset?
Yes, it will be considered. 2 straight would not be the expected result. She has the tennis. Yes, she has the ability to take the game. But 2 straight would be an extra, as a top up. She gets something extra here if she's able to produce a 2 straight.
Well,
but she's up against the number 1. We know Kim has her experience. She certainly will be looking at how she can push this now into a 3rd game. And I trust that would be the discussion now that she's having with her coach. How are we going to push this into game number 3?
Well, we saw one champion before faced with a similar scenario like this in the quarter-final rounds. We're seeing now Kim Holder having to come back for 1 game down, something that she's not had to do at all in this tournament so far. For her, what is going through her head in this moment?
Oh, I think that she's saying to herself, I can do better. I really need to do better. And whatever is happening, she has to find a way to give this court 100% of her attention if she's going to do something different. In the first game, she spoiled 1 too many forms, and she's known to be a better form player than that. You were finding she was playing a kind of tentative on more than 1 occasion, and as a result of that, the balls went on the out rather than going in. So yeah, Kim has depth. She told me in a discussion a bit earlier today that she's coming here to fight. So I'm truly hoping that we were going to see that Kim that I spoke with today, and she's looking still very much to go all the way. But she's up against a very tough, will not die, go away Blunt, who's looking as well to make her first impression in the finals.
Well, a fight is what it will take here in game number 2. And well, she will hope to put away errors like that if she's going to find herself in the final.
Again, unforced error on that occasion, serving that one into the net. Of all places, committing a cardinal sin.
She almost thought she was rushing it on that particular occasion, and it was interesting coming off the back of some advice from the crowd. Oh, that is the Kim Blunt that she'll hope can show up here in game number 2, a contender for that Marvalene play of the match. But it was interesting given that we've not really heard much advice from the crowd coming from her in previous games because she's been on top, she's been winning. I'll get back to it after this. We're starting here, just a bit more words coming down, and at one stage she said, "Thank you, but I don't need it, settle down." It was becoming a bit much, but funny enough, the service after that was the one that she rushed in to the net. So maybe people upstairs might be telling themselves that they're helping her, but might not be doing it.
Might not. You know, the thing about road tennis is that there's so much advisors. There's so many persons who know how to play this game exceptionally well off the court. 2-5. This is a good start here for Kim.
In terms of her movement, in terms of what she's been able to put back onto the court, she's looking a lot better. She's looking probably closer to form at the moment here in game number 2.
Yes, she is. She's already positioning herself for a mini break. 7-3. I'm quite sure that she'll be looking for that magic number of 7. Blunt, on the other hand, seeking to close and stay within striking distance.
Oh, wow, Blunt.
That's
oh, wow.
Lovely shot. Well done by Blunt on that occasion. It's not very often you actually see Blunt on the attack, but she did so with credit. 6 now will serve to 4.
Still enjoying a slender lead at the moment is Holder.
Holder would also enjoy the fact that she had a mini break on her opponent's last serve. She was able to get 3 out of 5, and now she's serving at 8-4.
Going long again is Blunt, and now 5 points clear at the moment is Holder. In the driver's seat at the moment, still a long way to go to get to home. But points like that will help. 10 serving 4.
Yeah, this is really good here by Holder, showing why she's the number 1. She looks a lot more composed. She seemed to be thinking and playing a lot better this time around in the second game.
Just wondering if to appeal that one, Kim Holder. Yeah, looks as if she might not use that appeal.
These ladies would have played each other on one occasion previously, and it was what we call a single eliminator shotgun competition, the Q Point in 2022. On that occasion, Blunt was the winner. Let's see if she can repeat this evening, but we're not speaking about one game event. We're into 2 best in 3, and to see who will advance to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. 5 now will serve to 10.
Very important moment here in this game.
I'm sure that Blunt will want to close this gap sooner than later.
The expressions of the coach tell you that he's loving what he's seeing at the moment. And
yes,
why
Abby
not?
Clark is very vocal indeed. He's the father of Azari Clark and Suavia Clark, 2 young talented juniors. Interesting move here by Kim Holder. Those are balls that she would normally hit with greater power, but she seems to be looking to show more control this time around, and well done on that occasion, maintaining a 4-point lead at this stage. This is the kind of tennis we anticipated by these two ladies, both having the ability to keep the ball in play. And this is well done on that occasion to Blunt.
Service change. 12 serving 8.
12 is serving 8. Still there and thereabouts is Blunt.
Kim enjoying her lead at this stage, still a 4-point lead. That is the Kim Holder. That is the Kim Holder that spectators came here to see this evening. The player who puts it away when the opportunity is given. And kudos to Kim. She will now serve at 13, serving to 8.
14 serving to 8.
This is a good start to the second half of this match, of this game by Kim. She won 70% of her serves in the first half, and she's already at 100%.
15-9.
Service change at 9, serving 16. That gap opening now for Kim Holder.
Yes, she's building on her lead and doing very well indeed. Again, using her serve in this game brilliantly. We saw the serving actions and the use of a serve by Sheldene Walrond when she played not long ago. And this evening, we're seeing Kim using her serve as well to remain relative and to see if it's possible to push this into game number 3.
Well, at the moment, it's looking at in terms of trajectory. However, we saw Blunt put on a performance in game number 1. Can she dig deep and find something similar here in the dying phases of this game number 2?
10 serving to 16.
Blunt, the type of player you could never write off. She fights all the way.
It appears as if we're going to have an appeal, a challenge on that back line. Looking to keep her within striking distance is Blunt. A very important moment for her in terms of this call will be reversed. A Nation News Review is coming up very shortly.
Well, Kim Holder taking some instructions from a coach in Francisco Lewis. He also known to be very much the leader of the Road Tennis Elite Academy. Taking instructions as well is Maudlyn Blunt from her coach in Abby Clark. The very experienced Kim Holder, having started playing road tennis at the age of 9. She has a total of some 34 or more championships over the years. I said before, she is a member of the RTA, the Road Tennis Elite Academy. Kim won her first major championship in 2004, and her most memorable tournament was when she was crowned champion of the World Road Tennis Championship in 2016.
Well, this Nation News Review, the question is, did that ball get a piece of the line when it was bouncing? Once again, I'm just happy that I am not the one in the chair to make the call. I'm looking at John and he's shaking his hand saying, maybe so, maybe not, I don't know.
Yes, I like the idea of leaving those calls to the officials, allow them to look a lot closer than I can and give us a final decision.
You see, the best thing about our job is that we just tell people what the officials say on that screen and such. We're not the ones that bear the brunt and the blunt of things here. And talking about bearing the blunt, whether or not this one gets reversed, I'm telling you, Blunt is looking at this and saying, hey, this is close enough to be called in. In terms of where you're looking at it, I'm wondering, did that ball get a piece of that back line? And if it did, we're going to have to replay that point. Ball in is the easy once again. The happier side of things.
You're doing well. Yeah, she certainly would be happy with that one.
You see, that is the conversation, because I know people are at home looking and saying, hey, I am not seeing the ball bounced in, but funny enough, once again, it's a matter of frames. And looking at it, I was actually halfway certain, along with those inside, that that ball got a piece of that line. So that point will be
half. Blunt seemed to want to question the chair umpire a bit further. Chair umpire this evening is Mr. Tito Ellis.
You have to put up one again, 10-16.
So 10 will serve to 16. Kim Holder still having a relatively comfortable lead as she's seeking to push this second game into a game number 3, with Maudlyn Blunt taking the first game at 21-15.
Well, if she's going to set up a good challenge, it must come here and now for her. And she would want a lot more moments like that. Now 11 serving 16. Still in it is Blunt, but work to be done.
11-17.
That will not help her cause.
As Blunt continues to exploit the backhand of Holder, she's getting some rewards. 13-17, I'm quite sure will be on her mind at this stage. That was a really good change of serve, but kudos to Holder. She was in position early, she returned the ball and got her due as well. So Kim Holder will serve at 18-12. Holder holding back on that occasion again. We're seeing moments when she's tentative, she's not going at times, and then occasionally she's giving it her full swing.
Well, Kim Holder is now 2 points away from taking game 2 and sending us into game number 3. With shocks like that and moments like that, you can understand why she's in this position. 20 serving 13, a first chance at a game point for her. Will it be hers here? No, not just yet.
Not as yet. She's a bit tentative again. The ball was high. Good, well done by Blunt, giving her the extra ball. But that is it.
Well, we're heading to game number 3. Holder ties it up here at 1 game each. How will this swing? How will it turn? Who is going to be that final on October the 15th? You would have to say, John, that it was a fantastic comeback for her. And you actually saw the differences in terms of her movement, how she got to the ball, and how she put things back onto the course. All in all, thoughts on Kim Holder there in game number 2?
No, better performance by Kim. She occasionally she moved, she attacked some balls, which was really good, and she was able to stay in the rallies at time with her opponent. Knowing the importance of this particular second game, we saw Kim stay relevant. She was able to use her serves once again. She served at 70% in the first half of the game, and in the end she had a serving percentage about 70% overall. So this is really good work by Kim, using her serves to stay in the game. Maudlyn Blunt, on the other hand, I think that she now has to rethink her plan. What is the best strategy here now, because she's dealing with a Kim into game number 3, and we're not dealing with a Kim of number one. She's a lot more warmer now. She's more into the conditions, and she's here to fight. Like I said a bit earlier, Kim said, "I am going all the way," and that performance in the second game indicates someone who's really looking to go all the way.
Well, you talked about strategy and what will be the moves and all of that for Blunt, but funny enough, right? Looking at the story that Kim Holder has had coming through this tournament, I do believe that we'll see a very emotional Kim if she gets over the line here, especially given that she's had to fight the hardest that she's had to fight so far in this tournament. Going back to strategy for Blunt, you don't know what it is because we're not out there next to her on the court at the moment. We're seeing him go through and say, okay, this is what to do, but what would you be doing if you were Blunt?
If I was Blunt at this point, I would continue looking to keep the ball in play a bit more. I would need to make some adjustments as it relates to hitting the ball with a little bit more force when the opportunity is given. I saw there are times when she just kind of kept the ball back in play opposed to attacking. On one occasion so far, I recall when she really went after the ball and she got the reward. So I'd be saying, let me stay in this game but capitalize a bit more on opportunities when they come.
Well, I'm just wondering how that right thumb is feeling at the moment. Love serving live, love game and number 3 here with a spot in the final on the line.
So for those of you now joining us, we have in the white top Maudlyn Blunt. She is the number 4 seed of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. And in the yellow top, we have Kim Holder, the number 1 seed. In the third game of a road tennis event, at the 10th point, the players will switch ends.
Things like that should be hoping to avoid here in this game number 3.
Call it the cardinal sin of the sport. Now if Blunt is able to keep this pressure and stay close, she may find something that may give. But she needs to stay close. And immediately we have a mini break for Kim, taking 3 out of 5 of her opponent's serves. So Kim off to a good start with a mini break.
4, serving to 2.
Oh, that's well played on that occasion by Kim. Well done, good backhand.
Well, another healthy lead here in game number 3 for Holder. Add 1 more to that with service change now at 3 serving 7. So finding herself just a little deeper in the dungeon, a little deeper in the cave than she wanted to be here in game number 3. The early exchanges here, Maudlyn Blunt.
I'm sure that Blunt
correction, 7 serving 2.
Yeah, Blunt is indeed creating a problem I truly hope that she'll be able to solve in the end. But kudos to Kim on that last serve. Power serve to the backhand.
Down in the back arm is the call from the crowd. She takes it the opposite side. But it's successful, Blunt.
Good start here by Blunt. Quite sure she would want to win at least 4 or 5 of her serves. Good serve once again. So Blunt, we're seeing here, moved her serve from the back arm of Kim, and she's more focused on the forearm and getting some rewards. Well done so far. Closing the gap. This is really good work here by Blunt as she attempts to close the gap. Started to serve at 3, serving to 7. Now we have 6, serving to 7. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Well done. Well placed. And the beauty of the shot here, Joel, is wasn't about power. It's placement. And she did that brilliantly. Well executed on that occasion by Blunt. I'm quite sure that she'll be happy at a score of 7-all. She's doing well. Can she get all 5 and take that little lead, that needed lead at this stage for the 8th point? 7 now serving to 7.
Well, I said that she was deep in the dungeon. I said that she was down in the cave. But here at service change of 7 serving 8, Blunt is seeing some daylight.
She's hit a purple patch here. This is good here for Blunt. Having won all 5 of her serves, she just 1 point ahead. And I can only see this at this point. The flag of St. Vincent and Grenadines just going wild. All the Vincentians back in there. Number 1 road tennis player in Maudlyn Blunt. Good response here by Kim Holder. Good response. Staying in the point. Opportunity coming her way and capitalizing. 8 serving to 8.
A bit of momentum here now for Kim Holder. As I mentioned before, player switch side is at 10-8 at the moment for Kim Holder.
The number 1 seed up against the number 4 seed, vying for a place in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023 finals. What a semifinals night so far. Kim Holder having a slim 2-point lead at this stage of 10 now serving to 8. As you welcome all our viewers in the US, UK, wherever you are.
Quite possibly the longest rally of the night between these two so far. And it continues. Crowd growing in anticipation of who the point will go to.
That is certainly your Marvalene moment. That was well played by Kim Holder. Attack, defense, long rally. Much to the appreciation of the building crowd here, Joel, at the Garfield Sober Sports Complex, appreciating that particular rally.
Nine serving 11, ball in hand. You just wonder how much do sides play into a game of road tennis like this. Blunt back on the side at which she lost in game number 2. Does that have a bit of a psychological factor there for her?
Joel, it happens. There are some sides that players over time, once you get a certain kind of feel, whether it's the background, whatever it may be, you feel a little bit more comfortable on a particular side. So let's see if indeed that's what's happening here this evening, and Blunt is able to stay in this fight and make it all the way, or will the number 1 in Kim Holder advance to the finals?
Well, she had a very successful serve before this. And that success on the serve continues for her. Holder having to make that adjustment because of the ball hitting the net, not doing it successfully. Almost caught in between moments was Holder on that occasion. And there is that success on the serve. She took all 5 points on her service before. Can she do the same here?
Yes, she did well previously. A repeat would really put her in a comfortable position, possibly at 11-14 change of serve. She's 3 out of 3 so far. Must say both players using the serve really well in this particular setup this evening in this semi-final match. Blunt serving 12-11. That is really fantastic tennis here, this by Blunt. She's moving the ball well. Not so much the power about Blunt this evening, but it has a lot to do with her placement. She's really setting up her shots. She's not a big hitter, but she's picking her spots brilliantly.
Indeed, and she swept the floor almost there with Holder having her tumble over. But hey, it is an interesting matchup here at 13-11. What can Blunt do with the remainder of her service?
This is credit. This is fantastic work here by Blunt, taking all 5 of her serves at a time when it really matters most here, Joel. I know she has a 3-point lead, creating some pressure on the Barbados #1.
Well, we talk about moments, and that is another important moment. We talk about the fact that she was down, but not out. Won all 5 service points before this, won all 5 here again to give herself a lead of 3 points as we head in to the back end, the business end, the end that matters most, because once again, it's not about how you start, but how you finish. And at the moment, finishing is looking like it could be Blunt at the moment, but hey, Kim Holder, we know she has something in her. Can she once again find that and deliver here where it matters most in game number 3 to get herself into another final?
Well, Joel, in game number 3, in the first half of this 3rd game, Kim Holder won 80% of her serves, and we had Blunt winning 70% of her serves. And look what a start for Blunt here in the second half. She's 100%, all 5. $20,000 at stake here, Joel. $20,000 on the line, and the pressure is building. Well done to Blunt.
Well done indeed. What a moment it would be for her if she could take things all the way, but still what a moment it would be for Kim Holder. And with shots like that, in fact, it was still on. She thought it was out.
Oh, this is awesome tennis. We spoke about Blunt's ability to defend, and once again, she's showing that she's a very good defender, and that's the 4th time that we saw Kim hitting the ball into the 8-inch net.
And think about it, this is the importance of playing till the end, because Holder dropped shoulders telling herself that ball was out.
Yes.
It's just small moments like these that flip the game, flip the switch.
Kim needs to close. That 13-16. A couple more of those shots, Joel, she can close. But we are seeing a Blunt who's very determined. You see the expressions on her face. She looks like she wants to play another 2 matches. Rather ready.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Kim Holder is still here. And we're gonna have a challenge on that one. Once again, moments we saw where replays and reviews allowed for players to position themselves going into the back end of things. We think back to the quarterfinal with Emar Edwards and how his review flipped the things in terms of his favor, allowing him to take that game number 1. This is a moment here that allows Kim Holder to be too shy of Blunt, or a moment that means that we're going to have to replay at that point and give Blunt a chance at taking it 3 shy going in to the last end of this game. Funny enough, with ball in hand, that ball looks good. That ball looks Good.
And you know your eyes are really good. You seldom call them wrong.
Seldom, huh? Well, thank you for that one.
And look, you're spot on. Ball is in.
Now, the thing about it is, at 16 serving 14, having taken all 5 service points 2 times before this, those 5 are what she needs to find her spot in the final. Can she get it done for a 3rd time?
In the second half, she's served at 100% so far. Let's see what she does.
And, well, she is on track to do just that. She's taken 1. She needs 4 more, John. 4 more.
Joel, we're seeing the power of a serve here this evening in this semi-final. We're seeing how useful a serve can be. Well done by Blunt. Clever serving. 17-14.
And, well, interestingly enough, we're going to have a challenge. You saw the courts jump up instantaneously and say, hey, challenge that. Don't let it go a step further. Challenge that. A Nation News review. In fact, no, they've withdrawn it, it appears.
Okay, so the point is score now 17 serving to 15. Oh, what a shot. What a play by Kim Holder at a time when she really needed to dig deep. We saw her display that type of backarm in the finals in 2022, and here she is this evening using a similar kind of drop shot off the backarm to stay in this match. 17-16.
Holder asking just for a bit more time. The pressure is here. The pressure is now. 18-16.
Blunt we'll be looking at a 19-16 if possible. I'm quite sure that Holder is thinking of a 17-18 change. And she gets it. So the last serve is on the racket of Kim Holder. We saw her serving at a rate of 80% in the first match. Here she is, relying on that serve that got her into this game. Will the serve now take her to the finals of this Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023?
Well, all results are possible. It could be Kim Holder here and now, taking it all the way to the final. It could be Blunt here and now, taking it all the way to the final. Or we could find a fruit tree and get juice.
Possibly. I think serves are going to win out here this evening in the semi-finals. It's going to be serves that will take someone to the finals this evening. Oh, that is well played. That is brilliantly played. Maudlyn Blunt take a bow. Well done by Blunt, fighting the lady that we spoke about time and time again. And again, she playing off something exceptional. Well done to Blunt. 17 now will serve to 19, with Blunt just 2 points away from advancing to the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023 finals. And we have the pressure building and the points of all times. We are seeing the cardinal sin of a serve, which gives 1 point away now from Maudlyn Blunt, advancing to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. Joel, we are really into semi-finals, no question about it. 18 now serving to 20. 19. Will the serves save the day?
Well,
19.
This is it. This is the only ball that matters here and now.
This serve.
Holder or Blunt? Blunt or Holder? Oh my goodness.
Deep.
Well, I did say all three were a part of the equation, and we finally found out what it is. It is juice.
And Kim Holder dug deep. A score down of 17-20, and she was able to win her last 3 serves. And we have an even score now at 20 serving to 20.
Well, for those who are unaware, a player must win by 2 clear. Each player will get 1 service each here in this match. 20 serving 20. Blunt with ball in hand. Can she strike first, take first blood here, take the advantage?
She used her serve in the second half to get out of jail, to get out of trouble here this evening. Can it help her to advance?
Kim Holder cries yes. Kim Holder is challenging originally in saying yes. She said in her mind that ball was out.
Yes, that was her first reaction. She believed it was out and she was celebrating the moment. But she's now will get some assistance from the Nation News Review.
Well, you say some assistance, but it depends on which direction it goes. Because if
correct.
it goes in her favor, then she's going to say, I was ably assisted. But if not, and oh my goodness gracious me, it's in. Advantage to Blunt. Correct call by the Lions person on that particular occasion. Blunt is 1 point away. Holder must bring it back to juice.
Well, the chair official in Tito Ellis saw it, got it right, and he made a call very early indeed on that occasion. Now 20 will serve to 21.
Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen.
Someone is advancing to the finals.
Maudlyn Blunt is on her way to her first Barbados Road Tennis Open Finals. Oh my goodness, what a moment, what a day, and what a celebration for her.
I'm quite sure that the entire St. Vincent and the Grenadines are celebrating tonight. We maybe have a public holiday in the name of Maudlyn Blunt, but Maudlyn Blunt doing justice here tonight. She's been working really hard, Joel, over the years. She continued to show those of us around road tennis that she has the ability, that she has what it takes to go to that Ellen level. And tonight she proved that she is worthy of being in the finals of one of the big stages of road tennis.
She cannot control the emotions, and you can understand what it means to her to be here. We said that in those quarterfinals she injured that hand, but here is that moment, the winning moment for her, the moment that said it all. Maudlyn Blunt, she is our second finalist, and oh, what it means. Like, you simply cannot put into words what must be going through her head at the moment.
Yes, what a moment as she embraces her husband in Frederick Blunt, the president of the Barbados Road Tennis Association. Her daughter Kezia now coming over to be part of the celebration. This is really good.
This is it. And let's get that Valvoline play of the match here now. All in all, it was a fantastic rally between the two. And here's we talk about playing till the end, because somebody in the crowd actually shouted out. But hey, look at what it meant to them. Coach and player, your Valvoline play of the match on that particular occasion. Very soon we're going to get Blunt, but at the moment you understand the fact that she probably can't even put it into words. This moment, not many would have said here tonight, I am betting my last dollar on Blunt. We're not going to call it necessarily an upset, because she deserved to be in this semi-final, and she's played a fantastic game as well. But hey, I don't have the words, Blunt does, and she's alongside of Marsha Boyce at the moment, so let's head over to her.
A performance of the tournament, a really intriguing second women's semi-final with the defending champion losing this time around. Congratulations, Maudlyn, definitely an emotional win for you, taking out Kim Holder, the defending champion, 2-1. Tell us how you were feeling right now.
Well, right now, I'm lost of words. I could not believe this happened to me. But first of all, I want to thank God because I keep praying and asking Him, let me get to this final. And He did. I'm really thankful. Kim has played a very good game there, but I know I have to fight, and I fight to get to this final. And I thank God for that.
Now, even before this game, throughout the tournament, you've always said, you're fearless, you're determined. So let's look back at this match. Starting with that first game, you went up to a very early lead. You capitalized on your serve. Was that the game plan?
Yeah, because went out there and when I start getting the lead, I have the confidence, saying to myself, good, I go win the first game. Second game, anything can happen.
And now in that second game, Kim was able to pull things back. What do you think went wrong in that game?
Well, she started serving a little hard, and then I start spoiling a lot in my backhand. So then thanks to Abby, he calming me down and telling me focus and get this. But as I said, I had confidence for B3, and I did.
And then finally that third game, it had to be an emotional one. You were down 2-7 at the start. You leveled at 7, then went on to take the lead. In the latter stages of that game, you had to survive, you had to fight for a couple of match points in that one. What was going through your head at that stage?
Well, there's a lot going through my head. After she won the second game and the third game, I said, no, I got to buckle down and focus on this. This third game, I got to get this.
Now, at the end of the quarterfinal, you injured your hand, your right thumb.
Yeah.
Did that impact your preparations or the game here tonight?
Well, no. Well, right now it's much better. I went home and do the work on it. I work on it and start using the racket, testing it out to feel how it feels. But now it's all good. Thanks.
And you've talked about how you were inspired by Kim herself. How was it being out there with her tonight?
Well, being out there for Pedi, number one is like wow. In semi-final at that, I say no. I got to do something. It was good. It was good playing hard here. It was very good.
And finally now, the big final coming up on Sunday. What can we expect from you?
Well, we will get to that part when we get to that journey. Thanks.
But for now, you're just going to enjoy this semi-final win.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Right, definitely, congratulations and all the best for the final.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Well, there you have it. The words of Blunt. She is now the second confirmed finalist in this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. It's all happening here, but it's time, though, to take a quick commercial break.
Sure, that wouldn't be a problem at all. Yes, my team will take care of it.
Sir, we have a problem out here.
Let me give you a call right back. All right, just right back. Yes, thank you.
They said they're hunting for properties.
I thought everybody heard about Property Nation.
The island's newest, most dynamic real estate listing has arrived. Have a look at all of Barbados's commercial and residential properties for sale or rent. Or browse the services offered by masons, contractors, carpenters, electricians, and many others when you visit www.propertynationbb.com. Don't hunt for properties like a caveman. If you have a property need, we have Property Nation.
The Tastiest Festival is back and bigger than ever. From October 19th to October 22nd, it's all about the Barbados Food and Rum Festival, featuring international and local award-winning chefs and mixologists and Afrobeat sensation Ira Stars. This is the ultimate culinary experience. 8 signature events. Experience Rice and Rum, the ultimate all-inclusive breakfast party. Grab the entire family and head to the Bajan Fair, or dance the night away to Ira Stars at the ultra-premium all-inclusive Liquid Gold Feast. Secure your tickets now at foodandrum.com or check social media for box offices. Get ready and get hungry because the Barbados Food and Rum Festival is back.
Well, we're back here at the Garfield Sober Gymnasium in Wildy St. Michael. What a game two that was in the semi-finals here in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. What's on offer this month with Digicel, John? Let me tell you about it. It's a fantastic offer this month with 30% off for the first 3 months when you sign up for Digicel Plus Home Fiber Internet, our home internet and TV packages. Sign up for our home variety bundle and you will have access to over 160 channels, landline and internet with download and upload speeds of 300 megabytes per second, and get it as low as $140 per month for the first 3 months. Sign up with any agent on the road, in stores or at Digicel offices, or call them and they'll come to you. Life is so much better with Digicel Plus. Thank you to all of the sponsors who've come on board for this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. It's halftime here, and it's time to take in some of the halftime action with our MC, Kurt Brown.
Listen, we are ready, action. So just quickly to repeat those numbers. Nation team ready, of course, ready with more giveaways, and the Nation man. He said he's unbeatable tonight. So 042-856, if you're holding that ticket, come on down, you get a chance to win. 042-706. So 042-856 and 042-706. Want you to come down to the center. Right. 042-856. So 856 is here. 706. And while this is happening, while the Nation man is ready to face the young man here, he is ready. We want to remind you that we got other giveaways. So I want 2 persons to come on down, get a chance to win compliments Digicel, and also 3 compliments BTMI. That's right, the BTMI. And don't forget Run Barbados. If you're interested in that, we got a special entry for you and a giveaway compliments BBC, Barbados Bottling Company. All right, best 2 out of 3. All right. 3 out of 5 today. One serving love.
What's your name? What's your name? Roach. All right, so we have Roach versus Roland the Nation man. We're trying to get the 3. Who to 3 points first for the win? Roland serving to Roach. 1 to Roland. 0 to Roach. Hit serve again. Go ahead. Roland. 2 to Roland. 3 to Roach. No. Roach, you gonna serve. Roland, that's illegal serve. So you lost that point. So you have to serve. Give the young man Roach. Roach serving to Roland. So it's 0-1. 1-1. 1-7-1. Hit back. 1-7-2. Sorry, 2-7-1. 2-7-1. That's a duck shot. 2-7-2. Play for the game. Point. Who gets the 3 points first will win this game. You serve. What about you here? 3 to Roach, and Roach is a victor. Well done. So, Mr. Roach, you won yourself a nice nation pack. Do you play tennis? All right. So you're going to get yourself. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adrian. And my mom make sure to pull back, racket, ball, the way you play cricket and pull up your stumps. So listen, we ready for the BTMI? Anybody ready for Run Barbados? One of the biggest weekends coming up, and you gotta say kudos to the BTMI. Of course, they're ready for food and rum in this month. Ready for next weekend. And then of course, after food and rum, we're ready for Run Barbados down in the month of December. So we got some giveaways with some volunteers. Thanks to the team from the nation. So we want to do last call. You know, normally we're in effect. Or last call for alcohol. Today it is last call for road tennis. 042-706. If not, we want a volunteer because we want to give away. Nation team has this up for grabs. The first person to volunteer to beat the nation man. You come in, what? Action. Come right through by the W for win. She is jogging. She is what? She ain't playing. Because that's a nice warm-up. And listen, follow suit with her. I need 2 other persons in to compete with the paddle. We got a special challenge. Very simple through these cones. And you get a chance to win here instantly. And some quick questions from the BGMI. And listen, nice BBC basket here with your nice juices and of course Dasani water. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, give us some energy. Some energy right now, yes.
Yes, ma'am. What's your name? Small. Okay, I'm Adrian. This is the nation man rolling. You play tennis? Good. So you gotta get 3 points against him to win. You're playing in 5 aside 5 serve, all right? You want a little knockup, a little warm up? All right, yeah, a little knockup there, quick. And just for he hasn't won a game yet since he started, so I don't see if we won though. No, warm up. All right, we don't have a ball, boys, so we got bags and motors down our back for you quickly. Thank you. All right. One more note, we ready? One more note. All right. Service starting with small. The ball. That's a wheel. 071. 171, 1 all. Ball good. You want to turn them back? Rolling? Ball good. 271. Ready? 2, serving 1. Ball up. Ball up here. 2, serving 2. Small. You're going to win this point to win. All right? Yeah, I ain't giving you the pressure. You're going to win this point to win. Not your serve, Rolling. Give the small the ball, please. Thank you, thank you. Go ahead and serve the small. All right, 3. And the winner is the goal with a victory lap. Why the shot there?
Yes, indeed. Good camaraderie, at least from the winner. She was a little better. Some people are better, some are better. He's having some fun this afternoon. We got more giveaways. So the next, we got 6 spaces. 4 for the BTMI, 1 for Run Barbados, 3 other competitors. You answer a quick piece of trivia. If you know Barbados, come on down. Quick question about Barbados, come. And once you know, you gotta come on down. And for those not understanding, we did it by the rail the other day. Of course, we're broadcasting live as well. So those on the stream, and so when we go over there or we come to you, they can't see us, they can't hear. You understand? So we keep it right here live in living color. Time is running because a few more minutes in intermission. So not just one at a time. If everyone can come down, we got the giveaway right here with that competition. And then we also got the BTMI question. So we got a quick challenge. You have to balance the ball on the racket, or you can do the Q&A. You want the question, or you want to do the challenge? Man, brave challenge, man. What's your name? Michael is representing. So all you gotta do is go through the cones here. These lovely ladies. Camera roll with me, roll with me. Oh, I can't go there. All right, I'll let the ladies do it. So going down, you follow these ladies and they're timing you. You just have to balance the ball and maneuver through the cones. So you get a little cardio, little dexterity, mobility, and your prize is here waiting. So for those at home on the stream and on your phone, he is ready. Thank you, Miss Weeks. Ready. You just zigzag. Timer is ready. Thank you, Miss Brown. Aubrey, go on. Give me a little energy. Give me a little energy. Give me my little five. All right, wait. Hey. Man, do it easy, man. Like a sobriety test. You see good? I sip in the mug. I still get it. 9 seconds. Easy. With no challengers coming forward. Instant winner. Respect, my brother. Pass the goodies. And you can tell this prize was made for him. Don't forget your cup. Jump. Camera's right here, yes. And listen, and easy, so 4 more people should be making their way down. We got the BTMI gift bags, we got Digicel as well. A quick Digicel question. Need you to come down. Come on down, we got that quick question. So in what year was Digicel plus? You coming down? Come on down. Or we can't miss you with that here. Nice. She's coming down. No, come on down. If you help her, she make you happy, pray. Come on, right through the open door there. Yes. Yeah. Down the stairs, and we'll be ready for you. Thank you, Jack Russell. Line up some fresh questions for you. And that big digital challenge as well, if you're listening. 2 quick questions. And the first persons to answer, what was Digicel Plus first called? And what year did Digicel Plus first launch? No, come on, we got a different question. Come on. I got your question. Come on. I can't believe you were just gonna run back to the foyer. Are you ready? Oh yeah, camera's here. Come here so you can see. Come forward. What's your name? Don't be shy, Katrina. I don't bite on a Thursday. So the question is, what is the national symbol of Barbados? Is it the Barbados cherry? Is it the flying fish? Is it the green monkey or the sea turtle?
Flying fish.
You hear some voice, sea turtle? You sure?
That's my final answer.
Flying fish, the final answer. You are an instant winner. Compliments to BTMI. Instant winner. Just like that. She said flying fish. So we need 2 more people real quick. We can play some music. And of course, don't forget that Digicel question. Big question. Nice gift bags here. Compliments our sponsor, Digicel. What was Digicel Plus first called, and what year did Digicel Plus first launch? You come down, you too could be that instant winner. All right. You're going to do a lucky dip. We are ready. Don't forget those giveaways, compliments to BTMI. If you want to register for a run, Barbados, we make it easy. You just come here, you get this gift bag, you've got your shirt, everything you need. I see some runners in the audience tonight as well. So if you want to, you get free registration, just so you know. You come on down, you get your gift bag, your goodie bag. So we got another surprise for you. Anyone who's celebrating a birthday tonight as well, if you got your ID with you, come down and you win one of these gift bags. Compliments, Digicel. I heard you cheering. Who is celebrating a birthday? He? The man that's not moving? The man that's being shy? Friends say, come down the line, man. Down the line. Come on. Don't forget, we got the men ready for action. Road tennis action continues. Remember, your Super Sunday. Tell your friends. Make sure you come out with a massive audience. We got more giveaways, amazing tennis, the finals that night, performances, and more right here at the Garfield Sobers Gymnasium. Showtime, 7 p.m. Remember, admission only $20. General admission for adults, $10 for your children. And come out and make it a family affair on your Sunday night as well. Blaze it up. Wait. Oh, you have your trainer ID card, sir? You got it. Oh, you get this change. Oh, you got the real, yes. Congratulations. He got the trainer ID. All right, sir. Congratulations. Let's show the camera there. Take your moment of glory. Yes, he got it. Respect, my brother. He pulled out the whole way. He got the real deal, the new one, the new fella. All right. So one more. No other birthdays. A nice lady. Got to give one to the ladies as well. Birthday, anniversary. Out the house for the first time since the pandemic. Yeah. We roll with the criteria. All right, we're going to play some more tunes. Minutes away from showtime again. And don't worry, we got another break coming up. You might get a chance to win, so let's go, people. Jack Russell.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Wilde Gymnasium Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023 semi-finals action. And what a night it has been so far. The first half was entertaining, and the second half promises to be just that and maybe more. Some exciting matchups to come. A quick look back at the fact that Sheldene Walrond, she was the first woman to book her place in the finals, and then Maudlyn picking up what some might call an upset, but hey, in the end, she has also booked her spot, and it was an emotional time for her. So that is going to be our women's final come October 15th. But the men, who are going to be the two men that make their way into the finals? We've got two exciting matchups here on the cards. The first one being Mark Griffith, and he will be taking on Davien Taylor. They're both on court at the moment, and I've got another analyst alongside of me, a familiar voice, somebody that you know, somebody that you love, and somebody that you enjoy. Kelvin, how are you doing?
I am well.
You had some,
Joel,
some sustenance, and you know?
Definitely, we had a good break, and some good local Bajan food. But tonight, it may be hard food, as the expression goes, for one of these players. Interestingly, Davien Force-Right Taylor was the spar or practice partner for Mark Venom Griffith last year. Remember very well when the new court was put down, these two players were sparring on it. But now we have some action here from Mark Venom Griffith, as you can see on the screen. These two individuals, though, will be playing each other tonight. It's not sparring, it's not playing around, it's not scrimmage, it's the real deal in this semi-finals encounter.
Yeah, that quarterfinals moment for Venom Griffith, well, that was a moment for him. As we're getting ready for dead ball here, and what is going to be a best of 5 encounter for these two gentlemen.
First point going to Mark Venom Griffith, and as the expression goes, he drew the first blood. He said to me in practice on Friday, he said, "Scotty, I am the hitting machine. I want you to refer to me as the hitting machine." But it's love serving to 2. And this first encounter of the men's semifinals, with both players vying for a special place in the finals. Love serving to 3. It's Davien Force-Right Taylor, the white shirt. The world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith, the yellow and blue shirt.
A service change at 1, serving 4. We do know that there was a bit of a prediction coming into the quarterfinal. And I know that you have a chance once again to be inside the camp having conversation. Was there a prediction coming out from Davien in this particular one?
Yes. Davien strongly believes he's going finals. This morning I had a beautiful conversation with Mark Venom Griffith, and he's confident, he's ready. He's almost sure that he will book a place on October the 15th in the finals. But it's now 5 serving to 3. I can tell you, Joel, that the sound of this ball hitting this concrete wood and reverberating this beautiful auditorium here is such a beautiful sound. But it's 6 serving to 3 with the world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith, leading by 3 points. And he's favored by the majority to win this particular bout 3 games to 0. But let's see.
See if Force-Right can force something different.
And as I was speaking to another analyst today in Scanterbury, aka Scant, I said to him, the problem is when you have an all-out attacker who's not on his game and the defender starts to defend almost every ball. It puts them under tremendous psychological pressure. It's now 4-7-9, and Taylor needs to catch a rhythm here.
You talk about catching a rhythm, and something like that might give him the rhythm that he's looking for here in this first game.
It might very well be a contender for the Marvalene player of the match as well. But knowing the world's #1, Taylor has a lot of balls to hit tonight, Joel. Remember that. He has a lot of balls to hit to penetrate this man, Mark Venom Griffith. And in the words of Antoine Lilman Daniel, now that's a beautiful passing shot there from Taylor, dubbed the hitting machine. I'll tell you, Joel, that Antoine Lilman Daniel once said to me, Scotty, Venom is the most stubborn road tennis player I've ever come across in all of my many years of road tennis. And it's going to take a lot for Davien Force-Right Taylor to penetrate these walls of the world's #1. And he's attacking as well, hitting that ball to the forearm of Taylor. A very interesting angle. This man has won over 15 championships, Mark Venom Griffith, and he knows how to win, Joel. 6-14, what a gap in this first game. Remember, folks, it's 3 best of 5. I told you, Joel, Davien Force-Right Taylor is going to hit, but the crowd also came here to see Mark Venom Griffith putting on those balls as well. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, though. Perhaps another contender for the Marvalene player of the match. That ball piercing through the back arm of Griffith. You would recognize that he's serving a very high bouncy serve in an effort to get a return high enough so that he can hit it. Oh, beautiful shot. I'm looking to see how the lines personnel will call it, and they call it in. Looks a little controversial as Griffith walks over to cheer umpire Christopher Griffith. 17-9 now in the first game of the men's semifinals. And that's a beautiful shot there from the forearm of Taylor. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. No, that's a beautiful shot. Everything about that shot was exquisite. The footwork, the flick of the wrist, and of course the power. That's a beautiful shot, Joel. Comparable perhaps to one of Brian Laro's strokes. Oh, nice short ball. And he walks away. And he looks at Griffith as though he's saying, I have many more shots coming, Griffith. This is only the first game. Very exciting.
Yeah, it was just nice to see the adjustment in it in terms of, okay, the expectation would have been power. Realizing the distance that Griffith was away from the courts, anticipating, and just dropping it short. Fantastic thinking there.
It's now 13-18, and just to let you guys know that the last time these two individuals met was last year, December, in the Barbados Cup. It was the finals, and Griffith won over Taylor in that particular bout. He's trailing by some 7 points as he serves 13-20.
First game point available here now for Mark Venom Griffith. Still game point for Griffith.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Twice as nice. He did it earlier, and now he did it again. It's now 20 serving to 15. Still a delay in the rejoice of Griffith for his victory, and there it is. The first game going to Mark Venom Griffith, the world's number one, 21-15 over Davien Forsyth Taylor.
Well, game number one is wrapped up, and in the bag, Griffith, he takes that one as mentioned at 21-15. You would say an expected result based on who they are out there in terms of Mark Venom Griffith taking on Davien Taylor. However, we saw moments of brilliance from Taylor. What are you hoping to see from him in game number two to lift himself to a position that he can actually take that game?
Well, as you can see on the screen, he was just dancing. You can tell that Taylor is now beginning to catch a rhythm. Earlier I saw both of them in the gym area, both exercising, one on a bicycle, the other one taking some steps on the treadmill. And these individuals are now beginning to warm up. So I'm expecting a very exciting game in game number two. I expect to see that hitting machine that Davien Forsyth Taylor has been referring himself to recently. And Davien Forsyth Taylor, unseeded. He did not participate in last year's tournament. But Mark Venom Griffith is the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2022 champion. And therefore, he's seated at number one. And as I told you, Joel, that's a beautiful passing shot. The arm and legs of Davien Forsyth Taylor are now beginning to warm up. And you're going to see some shots here tonight. From this barber, he hails from Halls Road in St. Michael. Past student of the St. George Secondary School. He said to me earlier in an interview that he's going to win the money and invest it. But he still has some more shots to play in order to get close to that big $20,000 that we were referring to earlier, Joel. 3 now serving to 4.
I think the good thing for him in terms of being in the semifinals is that regardless of the result, he's guaranteed some money. But of course, you have your sights set on that big check, that big prize, because it goes even beyond that, because there's pride, there's ego, and everything involved in it.
Certainly, and as we mentioned before, the last encounter between these two individuals was last year, December, in the Barbados Cup, held by the Barbados Professional Road Tennis Association. And Griffith came away as winner over Taylor, 3 serving to 6 now. And I'll tell you this, Joel, just a fun fact. This morning I had a conversation with Griffith, and he said to me that he's now employing some analytics into his games and monitoring them closely. And I asked him how many steps he believes that he takes in a single game. He said they were counted to be over 1,000. And we're seeing that being played out here. But Taylor penetrating all those shots. And all those steps, rather. Some beautiful shots. The close score of 6 serving to 6 now. Remember, this is a 3 best of 5. So no doubt both individuals may be preserving a bit of their energy just in case it goes to a 5th game.
8
And no question of the fitness of Mark Venom Griffith, a man who trains regularly at the beach, cycling, jogging, whatever it takes. And of course, Taylor, an individual who puts in lots of training in Barbers Hill, St. Michael.
I want to take it back to something you mentioned a little earlier in terms of the use of analytics now by Mark Griffith into the sport. And it's nice to hear and nice to see, because we're looking at this becoming an international game, a game on a global stage. And in terms of the sports that have gotten to that level, we see how important analytics has become in those.
The ball is good. And you were making your point about analytics, Joel.
Yeah, indeed. It is just fantastic that that is the direction that we want this sport to go in. And obviously, something like that has to be championed by the champion at this stage.
And that's a very good point. But a nice rally just before you made that point by both players, with Griffith coming away victorious. It's now 7-7-10. Hitting machine, Davien force right Taylor, showing in that particular shot why he has dubbed himself as the hitting machine. He cuts a lot of angles, and now the chair umpire is calling for a Nation News review on the E-line.
Yeah, a bit of a chance to cool out, to regather and come back for these players. But indeed, I believe the first Nation News review that has been utilized between these two coming up very shortly. But yeah, it is a case whereby data has become so important. And talking about data, the data tells us that that ball is in. So based on that, Mark Venom Griffith, as long as it is confirmed, will lose his first review, meaning that he's going to have 2 left in this game. For all those watching once again, each player gets 3 reviews in each game, 3 unsuccessful reviews, and the official decision coming in there. The ball is in. 2 appeals left for Griffith, 8-10.
And Mark Venom Griffith being coached by his father, Mark Venom Griffith Sr. And some of our fans from all the way in Canada, we're really enjoying the outfits of these older coaches, such as Mark Venom Sr. and Dayton Power Roach. Well, that's a beautiful shot, though. Not a man move, as the expression goes. And Davien Force Right Taylor has it in his hand to hit those type of shots, piercing the forearm of Griffith. And again, and he pumps his fists in amazement for that particular shot. 10 now serving to 11. He's getting warm. You can see the perspiration on his forehead. And he said to me earlier that he's wearing 3 shirts. I'm not sure why, but he wants to keep his body as warm as possible. And this encounter is now 11 serving 11, or rather 11 serving 12 now. Wow. Davien Force Right Taylor really taking advantage of this wooden court here in the Wilde Gymnasium. As he hits these balls extremely hard with tremendous force, creating lots of difficulty there for Griffith, the world's #1 road tennis defender and player. It's a nice short ball, confusing Griffith, and he smiles. The countenance of his face looks extremely clever. He's enjoying this duel, and it's good when you can be competitive but still enjoying the sport you're playing. And would he be smiling his way into the finals.
With shots like that, he has a very good chance of making it to the finals. Oh my dearie me. They're up on their feet here in the gymnasium.
Well, I told you, Joel, the man asked me to dub him as the hitting machine. He said to me, Scotty, I will hit all night. And we're seeing it. It's now 15 serving to 13. But remember, in order for him to advance to the finals, he must at least get 63 points, the least. So he has a lot of hitting to do tonight. For the simple reason that Mark Venom Griffith has won the first game, 21-15. Now it's 15-all in this second encounter. And Griffith taking in some advice from his father and coach, Mark Griffith Sr. And Davien Forsyth Taylor goes over to his coach, Roy Rivelet. And it's really nice how Taylor is utilizing the long balls and then the short balls. He's using the entire court to parade in terms of his shots here tonight. Oh, but Griffith is saying, I can do that too, with a passing shot through the back arm of Taylor. This is some exciting tennis, Joel.
Exciting indeed, and what the sport deserves here on semi-final night.
We must say a special good evening to the Minister of Sport, Mr. Charles Griffith, and of course the National Sports Council, under which this tournament is being held. 17 serving to 17 now in the first encounter between the males. Who will it be that will advance to the finals on Sunday, the 15th of October? 17 serving to 18. And I told you, Joel, excellent road tennis by both players, but as I said earlier, Davien Forsyth Taylor can hit the ball. But the interesting thing is the world's #1 Mark Venom Griffith can return those balls as well, creating a very exciting atmosphere here at the Wilde Gymnasium. That one is out. And that's it, Joel. We mentioned that earlier. It is interesting that when an attacker is on, it's a good thing. But as soon as his game starts to waver, he finds himself in a tremendous difficulty.
Well, in a commanding position at the moment is Griffith. Not out of it though is Taylor. Should he take 2 games straight? Well, the pressure will be on.
And that's it.
Game number 2 goes to Mark Griffith, and he takes one step closer to that final on October the 15th. I guess they call it the #1 for a reason, because you saw the entertainment of Davien Forsyth Taylor, and he was there and thereabouts, as he would say, in terms of challenging to take game number 2. But in the face of all of the shots, Mark Griffith was still able to take game number 2.
Exactly, Joel, and in the background you may hear the words of the Jamaican legend, Nitty Gritty, let them come. And it seems as though that's exactly what Griffith was saying to Taylor. Let them come, I'm ready. He's a very good defender, and as I mentioned before, Antoine Little Man Daniel once told me personally, he's one of the more stubborn road tennis players he has played in all the hundreds of road tennis players in Barbados that he has played in competition. And here we are seeing it against Davien Forsyth-Taylor. But Davien Forsyth-Taylor is down 2 games and we are playing 2 best of 3. This is an uphill battle. 3 best of 5 rather, and this will be an uphill battle for him. Will he come back and perhaps win 3-2? Well, it's left to be seen.
Mountain to climb. And you just wonder if he's worn the right shoes tonight. Love serving love. What can Taylor do?
And I'll tell you, Joel, some folks earlier today said to me, listen, the very fact that Mark Venom Griffith won that game over Emar Edwards, he is a great contender for this $20,000. As a matter of fact, some of the road tennis fans I spoke to said to me straight, the only person that perhaps could have given Mark Venom Griffith any trouble at all would have been Emar, and they believe it's a straight walk now to the victory for Mark Venom Griffith. But let's see. It's love serving to 3. And for those of you now joining us, the first game was won by Mark Venom Griffith 21-15, and the second game 21-18. And now Taylor is climbing that proverbial mountain in an effort to perhaps at least win a consolation game here tonight against the world's #1, Mark Venom Griffith. And Taylor appealing to that one, and therefore we will have to employ the services of the Nation News Review on that particular call. Each player is given 3 appeals, and Taylor using this one early in this game. And just for clarity, it's 3 appeals per game.
Well, a chance to employ the technology once again for that Nation News Review. And
that one is close.
Did it snick a piece to the line? I don't know.
And as we mentioned earlier, Joel, the ball is 2 inches in terms of diameter, and the court, that white line that you can see, that's also 2 inches. And sometimes that creates a lot of difficulty for the technical team to adjudicate whether the ball is in or out.
Well,
how would you call it?
Oh my goodness gracious me, they pulled it up and said in.
It's in.
Oh my, oh my. You just wonder if there was a whisker, because with that shadow there, that ball to my mind was still in the air. Looking at travel and we're looking at angle, I may employ some mass, you know. And I'm going to tell myself it probably was about 2 centimeters out. But hey, I am not the person with the call. It was judged in.
And earlier we took a little field trip on the court as we were doing some measurements. Try to provide some understanding of the review of the technical team. 4 now serving to 2. And
5-2.
Oh, look at the angles though. That's a beautiful shot there from Davien Forsyth-Taylor as he trails in this particular game, and he trails in the set as Mark Venom Griffith remains on top 2-0. Oh, beautiful though.
5-4.
And someone in the crowd shouted, "Break his arm off." That's an expression in road tennis, meaning to hit it as hard as possible. Well, what a beautiful display of road tennis on this 21 by 10 court, which means that each opponent has some 122 inches to hit that ball in the opponent's court.
Davien Taylor, he's about to use another review. The first one that he used in this game was successful for him. Will this be just as successful? A Nation News review is what we have on our hands here.
And again, we are looking at this ball. If I were to call it, I would say out, but that's just me with the naked eye.
Well, I got the last one wrong, so I'm not even going to go with this one. But hey, if I were to decide to offer an opinion,
I would really like to hear the opinions of the analysts there in Tennis Town in Warrens, Professor Alcock and those guys on this particular one. But earlier we were explaining the frames and the shadows and why it may create some difficulty for the technical team to call these balls.
Because once again, I'm wondering, did that catch a whisker now of the line? We saw on the last occasion the ball was adjudged in, and this is actually in a similar, obviously a different line, but a similar type of view that we have in terms of, well, we're now questioning, did it just catch a whisker of that white line on its way down? It looks like if we're gonna just spend a bit more time on this one.
Well, I'm calling it out, but remember, I'm the one wearing glasses.
Well, if you're at home and you're watching, hey, let us know. Well, actually, I can't really know if you were saying what you're saying, but hey, have a discussion somewhere in the chat there and let us know whether or not you're calling this one in or out.
And I'm going to check the Tennis Town chat and see what the analysts, I told you, it looks out to me. Joel, I think my eyes may just be a little bit better than yours, but we'll debate that a bit later. It's now 4-6. And Davien Force-Right Taylor serving to Mark Venom Griffith, the world's #1. That ball just dropping back court to the backarm of Taylor, giving him a bit of difficulty. You can tell that the smile that was on Taylor's face earlier, somehow it has dissipated. And he's all about business now, hitting this ball ferociously. 5. Now serving to 7.
The ball has been called in, but Mark Venom Griffith has opted to use his first challenge of this third game. The thing about it though is that with the trajectory that road tennis is on, and thank you once again to all of the sponsors who have been involved, and we do know that as the sport grows there'll be more sponsors. Hey, next year we might have what you might call that projected path of the ball. So whereby in other sports, let's use my cricket for example, you're looking for those reviews and you see, okay, hitting in line, going on to hit, we can actually use what is going on to bounce inside or going on to bounce out in terms of that predicted path. And looking at this path on the Nation News review, it appears as if I don't even have to predict it because it looks in.
Definitely. We are seeing the 2 inches in diameter on the ball, hitting that 2-inch line.
It
yes,
just kisses it.
Definitely.
It gives it a smooch and heads on
At
its merry way.
least 80% of that ball looks in. And that's the second ball I call in. And therefore, Joel, you have $20 for me.
Oh, fair play.
Money's monked in it.
Oh, you can give me out of the money that you plan to split with me 50-50.
But speaking of money, both players here playing in the semifinals, vying for a place in the finals, where one male and one female will be walking away with $20,000.
What a payday that will be, yeah?
9.
Slight errors, slight frustrations for Taylor.
Again, that one hitting the net, and the net became an 8-inch enemy for him. And I'll tell you this, Joel, Taylor is under pressure. He is under pressure. The very trajectory of this game suggests that Griffith may very well be going home with a 3 straight today.
12-7.
12 now serving to 7. It appears as though nothing Taylor is doing is being done in the correct way. And the shots he's hitting are all coming back on. Well, with the exception of perhaps that and 1 or 2 others.
8-12.
8 serving to 12. With Taylor trailing 4 points behind the world's #1 and being down 2 games. This is an insurmountable task for him. Not impossible, but extremely difficult. Oh, beautiful shot. Another contender for the Marvalene Player of the Match.
This is the interesting thing about watching this game unfold. Woo. Oh my.
10-14.
10 now serving to 14. You're having some of the analysts typing in and saying that they don't believe that Taylor is going to win a game here tonight. And with 15 serving to 10, the likes of Mark Venom Griffith, I'm telling you, it's going to be extremely difficult. It looks as though that one is going to be appeal. So it's not 16-10 as yet. It's not 15-11 as yet. This point will be adjudicated with the new technology. So now it's a Nation News review.
Just to get back to something I was mentioning a little earlier before this point started, you think about what we've seen unfold from the 3 games that we've seen thus far into game number 3 at the moment is that we've seen highlights from Davien, Forrest, Taylor. We've seen moments of brilliance and moments of shine, but all around as we get this Nation News review and that ball looks out there, so the correct call probably being made there. In fact, being made.
I'm hoping you get one right, Joel.
Yeah. We'll go with that. It's a little too clear for me, you know.
Yeah.
No spectacles needed for that one. But yeah, like I said, we've seen highlights from Davien, but we have seen the complete package from Mark Griffith, whereby he has not played the flashiest of games, but he's played the most effective game here tonight.
Yes, and that's why I personally dub him as the android. He does what he has to do in order to win. He's never focused on looking pretty. He's never focused on having a specific fancy shot. He does what he has to do. As a matter of fact, he's always saying that he's the only road tennis professional player in the world. And with 17 serving to 10, we can see the world's #1 in a proper driving seat. 18 serving to 10.
Mr. Taylor is challenging.
And Mr. Taylor, Davien Forrest Taylor, his back is against the ropes, Joel, as he fights for any good standing at all in this game. Remember, folks, that Mark Venom Griffith won the first game 21-15, the second game 21-18, and now he's trailing in this game 10 serving to 18. And I'll tell you this, Joel, to catch Mark Venom Griffith with an 8-point lead is going to be very, very difficult.
It will take a Herculean effort as that ball in the Nation News review is adjudged in, and he has won that appeal.
For those of you at home, you may hear Christopher Griffith saying that the point will half. It may sound like half, but it's actually half, where the actual point is not given to either player, so the point will be played over. A bit of controversy there in that particular rally. Somehow Taylor suspected the ball to be out, but he's smart enough to watch his appeals, and now You can see a very nonchalant Taylor,
Set point to Mark
just
Griffith
playing as though he
at
wants this
10,
game
serve
to be
20.
over with.
Game, set, and match point from Mark Griffith. We're going to see him in another final. This game goes to Mark Venom Griffith, and we'll see him back here at the gymnasium on October the 15th. Well, what a performance from him. The word to describe it was complete.
Complete. As a matter of fact, I always refer to him, Joel, as a complete athlete. This morning, as I said, we had a nice lengthy conversation on the phone, and his training techniques, he's a champion.
Well, talking about the champion, let's get that champion replay, that Valvoline play of the match. And here it is. Fantastic rally, and look at the ability to put the ball back on, but hey, it was Davien Force-Right-Taylor with the Valvoline play of the match. We did say he had many highlights, that being one of them, but in the end, the victory goes to Mark Griffith. He's going to make his way over to us very soon to get that interview, but overall, how do you put together what he put on display here in this semi-final?
Well, he looked like a champion, and certainly he's on his way to the finals after amassing 63 points to Davien Force-Right-Taylor 43, and that really shows the disparity in terms of playing styles, etc.
Well, it's time to hear from our first finalist in the Barbados Road Tennis Open. He's standing next to Marsha Boyce.
We have our first men's finalist for the 2023 Barbados Road Tennis Open, and it is none other than the defending champion, Mark Venom Griffith. Mark, congratulations.
Thank you, and a pleasant good night to all those in TV land.
So, Mark, how would you sum up this performance here tonight? You know, some might have been looking for a much closer contest, but you ran away with this one in 3 straight games.
Yes, well, for some strange reason, I always play Davien Force-Right-Taylor very well, and as you saw in the quarterfinals, Imar is one that always gave me a fight. But I was very confident coming into this match because for past performances, I know Davien's style, and many years ago, a gentleman by the name of Sam that resides in Bush Hall had told me many years how to play Davien, and he has never changed his style from then until now.
Now, we saw the most emotion from you at the end of that second game. You were trailing at one stage. Davien was leading by about 2 points. You had to rally to come back to take that one. Were there any concerns during that second game that things were running away from you?
Well, 2 points, I wouldn't say that he was running away, but I made sure to keep close because, to be honest, to play an attacker and give him a game is a very dangerous thing because once he gets his hand in, you know, it puts me on the back foot, and it's a very hard game to play defending when someone is striking at you. But I was confident that I would have gotten back into the game, which I did, and then I won that knowing that he would have to go 5, and everyone knows to beat me in 3 straights from behind is a very difficult thing to do.
Now, you touched on your quarterfinal game against Imar. You yourself said that was a really grueling match and it required some heavy recovery. What was your recovery phase like leading into this semifinal?
Okay, well, the very next day, I went directly to the physio. We did a lot of stretching and then also some light work. The following day, I went into the beach because I have the live jacuzzi in Brandon's. So, you know, I must venture into the sea. And just mainly rest, eat light, and rehydrate.
And in that quarterfinal match also, you mentioned that there were moments throughout that game where you felt as if you lost some confidence a bit. Any concerns with this game?
No, in this game, at no point in time, I ever felt like if the game was getting away or I lose doubt within myself. And as I said, I'm very confident against Davien Force-Right-Taylor, and I believe that I have the mental edge when it comes to playing him as well.
And finally, looking ahead to the final, you don't know who your opponent is as yet between Antonia Daniel and Shakeem Nurse, but what are your expectations for this final?
Well, it's going to be a very close one. To be honest, I cannot pick any one between the two. They are very good, both are very good players. Anton is basically the veteran of the sport and one of the most dynamic players I've ever played against. Shakeem is basically his prototype, just a younger version, a younger model. And it'll be a very exciting game to watch for the fans here tonight.
Well, Mark, congratulations and all the best for that big final coming up on the weekend.
And thank you. And thanks to all those that came here tonight and also those in TV land supporting me. Thank you once again. I love you guys.
Back to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Marshall Boyce. Well, it is time to take a quick commercial break here. And when we come back, it's going to be the final semi-final of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Sure, that wouldn't be a problem at all. Yes, my team will take care of it.
Sir, we have a problem out here.
Let me give you a call right back. All right, just right back. Yes, thank you.
They said they're hunting for properties.
I thought everybody heard about Property Nation.
The island's newest, most dynamic real estate listing has arrived. Have a look at all of Barbados' commercial and residential properties for sale or rent. Or browse the services offered by masons, contractors, carpenters, electricians, and many others when you visit www.propertynationbb.com. Don't hunt for properties like a caveman. If you have a property need, we have Property Nation.
We're back to the action here at the Garfield Sober Sports Complex in Wildy St. Michael. One final matchup left first, but hey, you can make sure you don't miss out on this October issue of the Better Health magazine, available island-wide for just $3 at nation vendors, supermarkets, mini-marts, automarts, pharmacies, and village shops. Alternatively, readers can subscribe online at www.nationnews.com for only $2 to access the digital copy of the magazine. So don't forget to grab your Better Health, and don't forget to stick around for what is going to be a very entertaining final matchup of these semi-finals. Shakeem Nurse taking on Antonio Daniel. I've got John Wink alongside of me again, and I want to start with Shakeem Nurse. We're going to take a quick look back at what he would have done in the quarterfinals very soon, but overall, I know you had a chance to talk to him. I saw you over, I want to call it the coach's corner, but what was that conversation with Shakeem for you?
Well, it was basically to see how he was feeling this evening, what kind of level of confidence and how he really feel about having a game plan going in. And he pretty much confirmed, he has a game plan. He's going to execute his game plan. He's looking forward to advancing in this tournament. Yeah,
well, let's take in those quarterfinal moments for Shakeem Nurse. Hey, all around you certainly saw what was a brilliant, well-put-together performance from him, right?
Yes, he did really well on that occasion. It was a Shakeem Nurse that we really wanted to see in this 2023 competition. And on this particular evening, he really showed his versatility. And we saw players like this. He opened up the court really well with a drop shot, had it opening and put the ball away brilliantly. Here's another player coming up that showed his versatility again, taking away off And he was really thinking that particular night, and he showed that he was really ready for his opponent, and he needs to be similar here tonight.
Well, talking about that opponent, Antonio Lil Man Daniels, who he's coming up against. We're going to take in some of his highlights as well from the quarterfinals. What are you hoping to see once again from the most experienced campaigner currently standing here?
The most experienced campaigner who enjoys attacking. I believe he's going to do exactly that tonight. He's known, he's feared, he's known for his ability to strike the ball with great force. His placement is impeccable. And tonight we'll be looking to see if this 54-year-old still has everything intact. Endurance, though, will be the biggest question of all here tonight as he come up against a young man who's only 18 years old, a third of his age. So it's youth versus experience.
Yeah, it will be very interesting taking on Darius Gaskin there
yes,
in that quarterfinal.
In that quarterfinal, he defeated Gaskin 21-12, 20-22, 21-17 in the final game.
Well, one thing about him was that he was entertaining, and he will be nothing shy and short of that here tonight. But I want to take you back to a comment that he made coming out of the interview in that quarterfinal, which was that he cannot rally for so long with these young boys. He's got to play shots. We're talking about the fact that we're playing 3 best-of-5 tonight. So if in 2 best-of-3 questions were raised with regards to, you know, can he last? And funny enough, he has lasted because he showed, hey, I have what is required. But heading into 3 best-of-5, do you think those questions come back to the fore in terms of he must win 3 straight here tonight? Or do you think he has it in him if it goes to 5?
What I will say that you're bang on in terms of 3 best of 5, the comparison to 2 best in 3 is longer, more endurance, more on his 54-year-old body. And we haven't seen him on the practice sessions per se to say his fitness level. But tonight will be the ultimate test to let us see if he can go the distance. Joel, I'm quite sure to put it out there now that should this go 5 games, I think young Shakeem will be advanced into the finals. But I think 3 best in 5 is in the younger man's favor at this point.
Now look directly into the camera, let them know that you have now made a prediction sitting next to me. If this goes to 5, and I'll write it down after this, if this goes to 5, you're saying that it's going to be Shakeem Nurse that takes it.
I'm saying that. And what I will say that
you double down on it. You double down on it.
No. I'm going with it still. But what I have to put the caveat here, Joel. I haven't seen the man Daniel training pattern. I know nothing at all about what he's been doing to prepare for this tournament. I know that he's very experienced. He knows that he has to get ready. If he's really ready, tonight we will get a chance to see that. But from where I sit and what I've seen so far in recent times, I am giving the young man at 18 years old the edge at the beginning. If he got 3 best in 5, and we have a 5th game tonight.
Somebody save that clip for me, okay? I enjoy looking back at things, okay? Somebody save that clip for me. But hey, let's talk a bit about Shakeem Nurse now. Okay, so we know that Antonio Lil Man Daniel is coming with shots. Like, that is hands down what he will come. That is game plan, that's a strategy, and he will stick to that. What does Shakeem Nurse come up with?
Well, the Shakeem Nurse is also a very explosive player. In 2022 and even previous years, we saw this young man with so much skill and ability. He can strike the ball with power through the forearm. He can strike the ball with power through the backarm. Shakeem Nurse is a complete road tennis player, and that's why he gets so much attention. So, Joel, we are going to see 2 attackers, and we're going to see 2 very good attackers and defenders at the same time, because Anton Lil Man Daniel is also known as a very good defender in road tennis. So this is a pretty evenly balanced game when it comes to skill set. But what we have is youth really versus experience.
Well, they say the youth should lead them, or the child should lead them. So if we go by that saying and statement, it means that we'll see Nurse. However, if we go with the fact that you can't beat experience, because that is the saying as well, well, it'll be Antonio Lil Man Daniel. And if it goes to 5, it can be Shakeem Nurse according to you.
Yes. and if Antonio Lil Man Daniel is going to pull it off tonight, it will be a 3 straight or a 3-1. But I'm comfortable in my mind that game 5 would more go in the favor of a Shakeem if we get that far here this evening.
Well, I'm going to give a prediction here, and what I can say is that in my prediction, it will be a spectacle. It will be something to be viewed and something to be enjoyed by every single person that is here in the gymnasium and every single person watching at home. We're soon about to find out who is going to be the second finalist in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. And you know what? Hey, I'll go on the other side of the coin. I'm going with the little man tonight.
You're going to the little
Even
man
if it goes
tonight.
to 5,
Well, good.
I am going with the little man.
Nothing wrong with that at all. The little man is worthy of support. He is the most feared player in the sport, and we'll see tonight if he's able to bring that to overcome this young talent.
Well, they're currently being announced by the chair umpire, both receiving rousing applause. Dead ball is the call. Love serving love in the second semi-final.
Now, Joe, we know Daniel has a practice of serving the ball to the backarm. You see he's starting already with a forearm serve, opposed to the usual backarm serve that he tends to use. So already we can see a slight little adjustment here with Daniel's serving approach. Bounce serve to the forearm once again.
A couple errors out of the gates for Daniel. Love serving 3. Early days in this best of 5 semi-final.
You will recall that Daniel has a soft spot for the juniors. Huh? I mean, he was in discussions and he's looking at the future of road tennis. He always talk about Shakeem Nurse, his brother Raheem, Azari Clark. He's soft on the youngsters, but let's see if tonight he's going to show us something special for those watching this semi-final this evening.
I do know he would love to be in that final and love to be playing versus Mark Griffith, because he would have a chance once again to make a statement in this tournament. He always recalls the fact that he was the old man that should have retired and should have been done with the sport. And
yes,
remind you that he gets the finals.
He was really looking to prove a point some time ago to Mark Griffith when he made that comment. And he's here tonight. 2-0 serve to 8. A very impressive start here this evening by young Nurse. Started with a mini break.
What is more impressive is a prediction that just made its way across the table. And the prediction had the words written on the page called Salt. And you just wonder if here in game 1, if such might occur.
It's possible. What we're seeing is really at this point not the kind of Antoine Daniel that we're accustomed seeing at the beginning of a game. It's very seldom would you see Antoine Daniel losing all 5 of his serves. With his background, he's a very good server with the ball. He always looks for things and create opportunities from the serve. To start at love 5, and what we're seeing at this point in time, we're not quite seeing the Antoine Loman Daniel, and that could be a big factor here this evening, Joel, because one thing he needs at 54 is a very good start.
Well, he's not gone to start. And what we have, though, is a Nation News review, and that ball looks to be bouncing well within that line. And with that in mind, yep, called in.
Very comfortable lead here this evening by young Nurse. 2-11. Oh, what a shot. Well played on that occasion by Daniel.
The first one that really came off for him here. And signs beginning to show for Antonio Daniel. You see, he's just waiting for something to click.
(11-4). That is the kind of tennis that we saw from young Nurse, again using the push and pull. That was an excellent drop shot, well played by Nurse. He's in full control here in game number 1.
12-5.
Oh, that is Nurse. Shakeem Nurse that we saw in the quarterfinals. We are seeing him again this evening. He posed, Joel. That's a special sign from this young man. When you see that pose, you know his mind in a special place. 13 now, serving to 5.
Antonio's challenging.
Shakeem Nurse at the age 18 years old, and he's already a finalist in 2022, losing in the finals, and here he is in 2023 in the semifinals, looking to book his place in the finals of 2023. He has many titles to his name as a junior. He won his first A-class tournament when he defeated Aaron Barker in 2020 in the competition This Is Who We Are. In 2022, he won the Q Point Road Tennis A-class competition.
The ball is in on that Nation News review. 1 challenge left for Antonio Daniel.
Very good return by Daniel. Nurse serving wide, and that one will give us yet another Nation News review.
Yeah, that's a question, and rightfully so. Well within his rights. Shakeem Nurse to question that call.
With Daniel, we have, last time we saw Daniel out was in the Silver Hill tournament when he won in 2019. He did not take part in 2022 of this Barbados Road Tennis Open, and here he is in 2023, looking to advance to the finals. In his last 12 outings, he made it to the finals 11 occasions, and tonight he's looking to see if he can do at 12 out of 13, that is advancing to the finals. But I'm quite sure that young Shakeem Nurse has alternative intentions, as he was a finalist in 2022 and is seeking here this evening to repeat in 2023.
Well, it's going to be very interesting on this Nation News review, given that the entire body of Antonio Daniel is blocking that line heading down. Another angle will be required. It's going to be a tight and tricky one. Don't forget, the original call was in Shakeem Nurse opting to use his view because he thought it was wide. But if we just go forward a couple frames from here now, we see where that ball is.
It's a bit difficult.
My prediction, based on what I call the projected path, I'm employing technology here now. That is not on screen. But yeah, I'm just going to have to say that I was in. Just because of all the ambiguity that we have here in terms of the inability to actually reverse the decision. That's the thing about it. There's no conclusive enough evidence to overturn that particular decision.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what we do here on this particular occasion. A bit of a conversation might ensue here now between some of the officials in terms of the inability to actually accurately see where that ball would have bounced. So do they replay that point? Do they leave it at the original call of in?
We saw the coach of Shakeem Nurse in Dwayne Lynch taking the opportunity to continue to encourage him during the review, giving some pointers. Whereas we had Daniel, who continued to walk around, move around to some degree, keeping the legs moving, as his coach in Dayton, Pa Roach, sits and observes.
The camera's ball is good. 13-6.
Ball adjudged good, given that they were unable
service
to find conclusive evidence that in fact bounced out. Fantastic shot there by Nurse. But you think about that, the good news is that I don't mind that happening because it speaks to the consistency of what we saw actually happen in the very first women's game as well, where technology was unable to be used. And we stuck with the decision, the original decision of the lines person on that particular occasion.
Yes, I think the decision in the end kind of fitting. It was really a challenging one. But we have a situation where Daniel is struggling for his 10th point to avoid a foul in game number 1.
Struggles continue for him, and it's pretty much written on his face here in this game number 1. Don't forget, it's a best of 5 in this one. 3 best of 5.
Serving to 15.
We're not really seeing a Daniel this evening with that kind of energy we saw against Gaskin. He looks kind of just flat here. Maybe the recovery period. Who knows, Joel? 8 now, serving to 15.
8-15.
Comfortable lead here for Nurse. Oh, what a shot.
9. Serving to 15.
What a shot. But looking to repeat.
16 was served to 9.
And 16 now was served to 9 as young Shakeem Nurse continues to maintain the lead in game number 1. Position here of authority at this point. It certainly would take a big effort on the part of Daniel if he's going to close this gap at this point. Well done.
17
again.
to 9.
Nurse inching closer to the 21st point. Oh, lovely drop shot on that occasion by Daniel. 17-10.
18 serving to 10.
Making him reach for that one, taking the pace off of the serve, Nurse, and being successful in it, finding himself now 3 points away from taking game number 1 in this semi-final.
18-11.
Nurse just 3 points away.
Then ball. Service change. 11.
Service
serving
change
to
now
19.
at 11-19.
Oh, what a play by young Nurse.
First game point.
Up to the task.
Shakeem Nurse. 11 serving to 20.
11 now serving to 20.
First game point for him. And that will be it. Shakeem Nurse takes game number 1 in this 3 best of 5 semi-final versus Antonio Daniel.
Very good performance by Shakeem. Very much in control from the beginning. We saw an unusual start to this particular first game being played by Daniel, actually losing his first 5 serves, Joel. And that is really not the Daniel that we're accustomed to. He's known for his serving ability, and Nurse, on more than one occasion in that first game, had some mini breaks.
Well, game number 2 will soon be upon us. We said we will see shots from Daniel, but we have not truly seen Daniel show up yet here in this semi-final. What might be the reason for that, if we can actually put a reason on it for not seeing him show up just yet?
Can he be tired? That performance from Gaskin, still haven't got over that particular performance, even though it's a couple of days later. Remember, we're talking about a 54-year-old gentleman who I'm quite sure has a life outside of tennis.
Well, tennis is what matters at the moment And can he do what matters in terms of the performance? Can he pick himself up? Can he pull back here, level it up at 1 game apiece?
Maybe a slow start, but this is a better start here in game number 2. Much better start.
Serving to Drew.
Well, Daniel starting with a mini win, mini break, serving out 3, serving to 2. Oh my goodness, what a play by Nurse, showing youth, agility, got to that ball quickly and dispatched it.
Yeah, contender for the Marvalene play of the match, that particular shot by Shakeem Nurse. Are these signs of the times, signs of the guard changing, signs of the future of tennis?
Change of serve here, but Daniel paying some dividends so far. 2 in a row. Change the serve. He's a very clever player, uses everything he has.
Well, game 2 has started a lot better for him. Enjoying now a lead of 4 points. Daniel, you'll probably say a by far more comfortable position, but you're looking at what he's been able to do thus far in game 2. And you saw signs in game number 1 where, and you expected that because he's Antonio Daniel, but in terms of his flow at the start of this one, you're probably telling yourself that he looks a little better now into game 2, probably a little warmer, probably, I guess, a little closer to his zone, I guess you might want to say at the moment.
Yes, very much so. He just won his 4 out of 5 of his serves, which is a good sign for him.
Now in a position whereby you can actually say there's just a bit of pressure on Shakeem Nurse. First bit of pressure he's been able to apply to him.
Oh, again, very good move, good tactical play by Nurse, taking the weight off, pulling his opponent into the court, unable to get to that one on that occasion. Very important that Nurse remains as focused as he can. Joel, you're right, we're not seeing an explosive kind of tennis as yet. Oh, Daniel looking to take the weight off on that occasion, finding the 8-inch net. Well done to Nurse, closing the gap to some degree. From a 4-point difference to a 3-point difference now. So Daniel serving at 9-6. Must say, Joel, Daniel really looked relatively flattened this evening in a number of ways. He don't seem to be look as fired up as we saw him in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think just looking a little different tonight, but we're here for the long haul. 3 best of 5.
Oh my goodness, that is plain. Very good tennis here this evening by Nurse. Goes over, gives his coach a nod, appreciating good defensive tennis, opportunity given, and the young man pounced on it. Well done by Nurse.
Well done indeed. Spectacular is one word that comes to mind when looking at a shot like that from Nurse.
10. Serving to 8.
But Antonio Daniel has a response of his own.
Yes, he does. Well done.
11, 8. Repeat.
Now, it's going to be very interesting here on this particular ball because the body language of Antonio Daniel originally gave you the impression that the ball was going to be out. Then you saw just a bit of a lunge from him. You just wonder how close to that line that ball was. Judged out by the linesman, but then Shakeem Nurse saying, hey, let's have a look back at that one. Let's pull things up on the Nation News review.
It's a very important point. It's good to see that he's also realizing how important each and every point is to close the gap or to take this lead if he's going to take this to 2 games. We're talking about the men Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023, the semifinals, which is being played as a 3 best in 5 this evening.
Well, here is that review coming up. Body language once again of Antonio said, hey, this one looks like it's going to be out. But then he had a bit of a lunge at it, but gave the impression that it was a little closer than we thought. And once again, trying to grab the pictures here to come to what will be a conclusive decision in terms of whether that ball remains out or not. Everybody has their heads switched up towards the screens. A lot of eyes on this one. Another angle. And I'm not sure if that angle helps us a lot, because it's looking interesting here in terms of, but once again, this is what angles do. Angles can be deceiving because from a straight on angle, we might tell ourselves that that's actually quite wide, but from where we're looking right now, is looking actually a lot closer in terms of the possibility of being in. But I am not sure if this might be the best angle to use to make such an important call. But hey, once again, it's not my job, and I'm very happy that it is not my job to make these very important calls in this semi-final, because on the line, come a couple days from now, is $20,000. And this now is the best angle that will definitely be able to give us that answer. Looks as if
we understand the importance of that $20,000. Every point matters.
Well, my only thing in here is that it must take a very strong wind of hurricane force to blow that one back towards that line, going on what we consider the trajectory of that ball, because it looks as if we're just paused there, stuck there in terms of from that particular camera angle. And hey, that's the thing about technology. It is here to help, but at times it lets us down, unfortunately. And we can't actually even scold the technology, because the technology does not care. But nonetheless, if we go based on what we're seeing from that straight on angle, you might have to be inclined to tell yourself that there was possibly no way that ball could find its way back in. But then again, we're looking at this particular angle and we're seeing it looks quite close.
Seems to be certainly giving the reviewer some degree of a challenge in making that decision. And finally we have decision made, ball is out.
I do think that is the correct call in the end. Obviously, the camera that we wanted wasn't providing the remainder of frames required, but
well, that was the easy put away for a player. Easy put away by a player like Daniel's standards. 8 now serving to 12.
it's been interesting watching the push and pull strategy of Shakeem Nurse, because given that we're looking at the mobility of Antonio Daniel, it's not the greatest out on that occasion, but every time he's been able to pull him close to the net, 9 out of 10 times he's been able to win the point, because Antonio Daniel is unable to get himself back into the correct position to play the ball coming back at him.
9, serving to 14.
Well, we can see Nurse creating some pressure on himself. A 5-point lead. This is good work here. Credit to Daniel as well.
9-14.
Daniel looking to take this second game to even the score after Nurse took the first game at 21-11.
9-15.
6 points clear at the moment is Daniel. Looking to go 7 on that occasion, but finding that net service change now.
We're seeing Daniel on attack going through the form of young Nurse. And again, Nurse.
15-11. Serving 11.
Joel, but have to call Daniel the master of serves. He really has a way of placing the ball, using the speed, using the court really well.
17 serving 11.
We see that service dominance coming to the fore here at 17 serving 11.
17-11.
4 points away.
Make that now 3 points away, Daniel, from evening things up here. And don't forget the words of my fellow commentator, if we go to 5, the only man that will be alive is
what a shot
Shakeem Nurse. And what a shot indeed that was from him.
12 serving 18.
And before we can confirm that point, Antonio Daniel says, hey, hold up. Let's have another look at that one.
We have to say a good evening to those of you in Canada who are following this Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023 semifinals night. Joe, there's a lot of action happening in Canada as it relates to road tennis. We have road tennis moving into the schools throughout Canada. We have a big movement happening in St. Vincent. I'm quite sure that those Vincentians will be celebrating tonight, having watched Maudlyn Blunt advance to the finals. We also see big movement in road tennis as it relates to areas like Jamaica. We have the road tennis being played in New York. So we say a special good evening to all the New York lovers and fans of road tennis. Truly hope you're enjoying the coverage of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. Jody, do you know that we have a champion in our midst here in Kelvin Buswell-Scott? Kelvin Buswell-Scott is actually a champion in road tennis in New York. He has the US Open Championship. Kelvin is a big one.
Well, I didn't know that one. I guess I have to blame here in Barbados. But hey, unsuccessful nation news review there for Shakeem Nurse.
11 serving 19.
2 points away from Daniel creating an even score, 1 game apiece. Just 1 point away now.
Second game point for Antonio Daniel, 11 serving to 20.
Game point here for Antonio Daniel. And he says, nope, that's not it. 12 serving 20. Well, like shoelaces, we are all tied up here in this semi-final encounter. Making a statement and making a comeback. He takes that one to 21-12.
Yes, what a play. It was important that Daniel evened the score as quickly as he can, not allowing his opponent in Nurse to create a 2-love lead. Well done by Daniel as we get ready for game number 3. I'm quite sure that he'll be happy taking that one at 21-12, but not just taking it, Joe, by the quality of the shot. You talk about a Marvalene moment. I think that might be a play you might need to consider.
Oh, definitely put that one in the bag. Put it in the haversack, as they would say, for that Marvalene play of the match contender.
What an injection. So we're getting ready for game number 3. With Shakeem Nurse taking the first game at 21-11. And Anton Lilman Daniel winning the second game 21-12.
If you would but allow me but a small moment of folly here, John. No, it's not lost on me that the injection came from Antonio, but Shakeem is the nurse. I'm sorry, I had to do that.
Yes, so we have a mix now. You might really need a doctor and not a nurse.
Well, game number 3 is on the way. We're definitely not in the hospital. We're here at the Wilde Gymnasium, semi-final number 2. And first blood goes to Shakeem Nurse. He clenches that fist.
Good start here by Nurse. With Daniel now serving, Love serving to 2.
Love serving 2.
You can hear the shouts by young Nurse. Come on, come on. He knows the importance of this particular game. Each point he's encouraged more and more. Love serving to 4.
Service change now at 4, serving 1.
Mini break to start game number 3.
4, serving to 2.
And once again, looking to bring him to the net, because once again, we talked about the fact that every time he was able to bring him to the net, he was successful in taking the points, however, not getting it onto the other side of the blue.
Then a very, very, very crafty player.
Dead ball. 5, serving to 3.
Nurse with a slight lead.
5, serving 3. 5, serving to 4.
Well, we saw in the very first game, Daniel losing all 5 of his serves. We're into the third game and he lost 4.
Service change, 4 will serve to 6.
And once again, he stays close. And will serve now at 4, serving to 6.
Well, service change for him at 1, serving 4. So hopefully do a lot better with ball in hand here, Daniel.
Oh, what a shot.
4-7.
Nurse is animated. He is sensing something special here tonight.
4-7.
Don't forget, it's a 3 best of 5 in this men's semi-final. So still some ways to go. But every moment matters. Every point matters as well. 4 serving 7.
4 serving to 8.
Joel, we saw Daniel using his backarm, his shots to the backarm of Gaskin. But tonight he has a Nurse who has a backarm even more superior than Gaskin.
5 serving 8.
And 2 shots ago, we saw the strength of Nurse's backarm.
Dead ball. 5 serving 9.
As Nurse builds a lead here.
5 serving 9.
5 now serving to 9.
Dead ball. Service change. 10 will serve to 5. 9-6. 9-6, sorry.
towel break, service break. So George, you have 15 seconds in which to get that towel break and get back in the ready position to keep the action going.
9 serving to 6.
Let me tell you this, John, 15 ain't a lot.
Not at all.
Ten, 6.
Again, Shakeem taking the weight off, bringing his
10
opponent
serving
into
to
the
6.
net, giving him that bonus point.
Ten, 7.
Looking to go down that line, Nurse. Unsuccessful though. 10 serving 7.
10 serving
still
7.
quite closer in game number 3.
Dead ball. 10,
This is good
8.
playing by Daniel. He knows the importance, and he's keeping very close, staying within striking distance. 2-point difference at this point.
10, 8.
Daniel tapping into all of his experience.
$11 serving to 8.
Again, the short ball brilliantly used by Nurse.
11, 8. Service change. 8 serve to 12.
At 8 now serving to 12. Daniel is up against it to some degree. It's important that he shows
8 serving to 12.
what his serve can do this time around if he's going to stay very close in this third game. Oh, that is Daniel.
9 serving to 12.
That is Daniel in full flight. 9-12.
9-12.
Daniel
10 serving to 12.
moving his young opponent in Nurse left, right, and taking a very important 2 points in a row.
10-13.
And you said left, right. I thought you were about to say the government boots. But yeah, indeed, fantastic work by Daniel there on that particular occasion. I apologize, John. I had to.
Yes, the military, I like to call it the military approach. Left, right. As some players tend to move the ball brilliantly around.
11 serving to 13.
Well, he's still here. He's still fighting, is Daniel.
I'm quite sure that Daniel will be thinking of a 13-12 to close this gap. Use his serve again
13.
to stay in this game. Oh my goodness.
Service change, 14-11.
All ball adjudged out, correct?
Service change,
Yes.
14 serving 11.
And you just wondered if Daniel
Daniel
might challenge
challenging.
that one. He looked across to the sidelines. He got that nod of confirmation.
See
Yes,
long line.
go for it. Let's answer the question.
Very important point
See long line.
at this stage. That makes a difference of a 14-11 or 13-12. Worthy of a challenge.
Worthy of a challenge indeed. You have 3 challenges, and in situations like this, you want to, 1, make sure you use them wisely, but 2, understand that they can actually swing the game for you and put you into a better position. As you mentioned, 13-12 in comparison to 14-11 certainly is better grazings. But Nation News review time on our screens. What will it be? Will this one bounce? Will it be in or will it be out? Very soon you'll hear me shout.
No need to shout. We can hear you quite clear indeed.
Thanks indeed to
As you
our production crew who are working very hard and tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure you're getting all the sounds and sights of this year's tournament. And there is that review on the screen. I'm not sure if that might be the ball in question though, because that is in by some mile. I don't think that it might be that particular ball that is being questioned.
You can hear the spectators getting involved to some degree as well.
That's not the ball that we asked him on the last ball.
It appears as if we're going to have to look back to make sure we get the right replay on that particular occasion for that Nation News review. It's worth taking the time to ensure that we have the right one.
So Joel, as you correctly said, the players, they actually have 3 appeals. And we see Daniel here putting an appeal to use. Should he feel the umpire would take note and reduce his appeal. So a player has 3 appeals within each game. Not sure if they already might need a towel break after this break. But for our viewers in road tennis, players are allowed 15 seconds for a service break to refresh themselves after every change of serve. And for our viewers wondering what's happening here on my screen, what this thing is called, what this road tennis sport is really all about. Road tennis is the indigenous sport of Barbados. They've been playing in Barbados since the 1930s. And we are here almost 100 years down the road. And the sport continues to evolve. We've been seeing improvements over the years in several different ways. A sport that over the years crowned a number of individuals, Joel. We had quite a few persons being crowned over the years. It takes you back to the minds of champions of this sport, like Griffith, Anthony Richards, Sandra Bailey, some of the big names of yesteryear. So we're awaiting the official decision.
Well, the chair umpire just returned and said that the ball was good based on the 3rd umpire. Still a long conversation going on here from Shakeem Nurse, and you can understand why, given the phase that we're at, given all that is on the line, because the discussion is whether or not that was the correct replay that we were to have for that Nation News review. Well, this is going to be an interesting one here for the chair umpire.
It's a difference of 3 points or 1 point.
Score is 11-13. Been point of the game.
The point will be replayed. 11 serving 13.
Daniel still looking to close this gap. Oh, well done.
Service change
by young Nurse. Good defensive tennis. Up to the task. Backarm, forearm. He kept that ball in play, giving his opponent the extra ball.
Dead ball. 15-11. 15 serving 11.
So Nurse keeping his nose in front.
(15-13). Repeating. Shakeem is challenging the ball. Long line.
Another challenge, Joel.
Yep.
Long line.
Technology is having a busy night tonight. I would not want to be technology. I promise you that. But we're going to have a Nation News review on that particular call from Shakeem Nurse. The point was given to Antonio Daniel. The question is, was it in?
So we have an Antoine Loman Daniel, who as a junior started being coached by none other than Pa Dayton Roach, a player who really did well in Road Tennis over the many years. He's here tonight, and we had a chat with Pa. I was asking him what was his chances of his opponent. He said, John, I don't need to pick nobody in this tournament. All I want my opponent, what I want my player to do is to get to that 21st point first.
Well, a successful review over Shakeem Nurse, a successful Nation News review.
15 serving 12.
So Nurse continues to maintain his lead here at 15-12.
16 serving 12.
Nurse inching closer to claiming game number 3.
Serving 12.
Momentum going in his favor.
17-12.
Drawing him close
Service
again,
change.
and once again,
12,
looking at the
serving
fact
18.
that Antonio Daniel is out of position.
Yes, Nurse using the push and pull effect really well.
12 serving 19.
Well, things are currently running down the hill for Shakeem Nurse.
(13-19).
13-19 with Nurse in the driver's seat. I think at this point, Joel.
13 serving 19.
Uphill task here for Daniel if he's going to claim game number 3.
14 serving to 19.
Uphill task indeed for him.
Players support, please.
But that experience, will it count for something here tonight in game number 3? Will he find another trick in the bag, Daniel? Oh, talking about tricks. Oh, my dear
What a
me.
shot. What a shot again by Daniel, showing his ability to attack and occasionally taking away off the ejection. 15 now will serve to 19. They're still in the driver's seat.
Service change. 19 will serve to 16.
A couple points there from his service now means that things change at 16 serving 19, but with ball in hand for Shakeem Nurse. 2 points is all it takes. 2 serves is all he requires to take a game number 3.
And he's taking some instructions from his coach, Dwayne Lynch.
19-16.
Let's see what instructions he actually got on that occasion, if he's going to take this one, the 3rd game. Oh, again.
20-16. 3rd game point for Shakeem
I believe the
Nurse.
coach said this time, make the injection work. And he did well. He took the weight off and was able to get that 20th point here. 1 point away.
Game point for him.
20-17.
Game
21-17
number 3.
to Shakeem Nurse.
It belongs to Shakeem Nurse. And now He is 21 points away from the final.
Yes, good close game. Game number 3. We saw the experience of Daniel working to some degree. He was able to create some pressure in the first half against the young Nurse. The pressure was all the way up to 16, now 16 serving to 19. And the young man in Nurse was able to find that required response. And he did so brilliantly in taking the third game, 21-17. Joel, we are not into game number 5 as yet.
We're into game number 4 and 12. It's getting interesting here because after losing game number 1, Daniel found his way back and took game number 2. Nurse found something deep within the bag, won game number 3. Can Daniel find it again, or will the youth of Shakeem Nurse take things here? And does he walk into the Barbados Road Tennis Final 2023? Game number 4 is about to get underway.
Love 1. 1 love. 1 serving love. Your opinion?
First point
Antoine is challenging the call.
was given to Shakeem Nurse. A
E
little
long line.
confusion whether or not it was being called in or out.
E long line.
And now Antonio Daniel using his first challenge of game number 4.
Well, we're into the second of the men's semifinals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. The players vying for that big prize of $20,000. The second place receives $15,000. Third place, $10,000. And the fourth place, $5,000.
Well, that Nation News Review tells us that the ball was in. That takes us back now to Love All.
Love, survey love. One love. One all.
Joel, we're seeing
One serving one.
the agility of this young man. He's moving and still covering the court really well. We're into the 4th game, and he looks as if he can play 7. One all.
One serving to 2.
Shakeem opting to take the weight off his serves at this stage. Slight change.
Service change. 3 will serve to 2.
So we have a mini break by Daniel. Serving now, 3-2.
Four, serving to 2.
Daniel looking to push this into a 5th game.
4, serving to 3.
Sure, if he's able to push this into a 5th game, all of us will get that answer as it relates to his condition. What a shot
5, serving to 3.
by Daniel, well played.
Well, he's looking and telling you that he still has something left in the tank. Antonio Daniel, he needs to force a game number 5 if he's going to stay alive.
Oh, what a response. What a response by Nurse. Taking the weight off brilliantly done.
Service change. 4 serve to 6. Number 7.
Well done on that occasion by Daniel. Good exchange. Power shot through the forearm of Nurse.
4 serving to 7.
4 now serving to 7.
Oh my, Antonio Daniel. Opting to appeal that one. Shakeem Nurse. Ball was judged in, putting the score at 4 serving 8.
Not a big lead in any way, but we're seeing a Daniel who seems to be pacing his game here, Joel. He's looking, the energy is there, but he's just managing it. Every now and then you're seeing an explosive looking Daniel, then he's going back into reserve mode, and then he's coming again once again. And it seems as if he's really pacing how he's going to go about getting this victory here this evening.
Well, what I can tell you is that this point will stay with him because that ball is well inside of that line. But hey, what it does is that it gives him a moment to sit, take on some fluids, and then re-go again. 4 serving 8 it is here. Thank you to that Nation News review.
I think Daniel will be saying thanks for that.
Oh, indeed.
Five serving to 8.
Taking that pace off, proving effective once again, having Daniel lunge out to get there.
5 serving 8.
Oh, shots for days, you would have to say.
5 serving 9.
The other interesting factor about taking the pace off of the ball, it goes back to the utilization of energy for Daniel, how much effort it takes for him to get up the court.
Service change.
But he's doing well here.
10-5. 10
Daniel
to 5.
pacing his game really well here this evening. Has a comfortable 5-point lead in game number 4.
I'm smiling, John, and I'll tell you why very soon.
Oh, there goes Daniel.
Well, John, I'm smiling because if things continue as are, we are going to game number 5. And somebody at home recorded that clip for me.
And I have no problem with that whatsoever. To some degree, I would love to see us get to that place, just so you can see it for yourself. Oh.
11-6.
Well, what we are seeing is a contender for the Marvalene play of the match there from Shakeem Nurse.
And a very good crowd on hand to take in this final semi-final matchup this evening.
Looking to draw Daniel forward again. You understand why that is the approach, not working for him on that occasion. But more often than not, that has been the path to success for Shakeem Nurse.
I think it's about time he started looking for a different path. I see Daniel seem to be anticipating those drop shots.
13-6.
Enjoying a comfortable lead here at the moment in game number 4. Antonio Daniel. Can Nurse pull things back, draw them level, and march into the final?
Service change.
Well, moments like that will not help. Service change now at 6 serving 14. You would have to say the words to describe this are large and in charge for Daniel, but still some ways to go in this game number 4. And anything can happen, as we've seen across several of these matches in the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
6 serving 14. Seven serving to 14.
Good play on that occasion by Nurse. Still working the push and pull.
Up to the task there was Daniel, not to be outfoxed, not to be outdone.
Daniel in full flight here, game number 4. You asked the question, if the tank has more within the tank. And he's saying, I do. And it's game number 4. Daniel welcomes Tower Break.
Oh, like the little engine that could, he is chugging away.
16.
And at the moment, he is chugging away to what looks like game number 4.
7-16.
The ball is judged good, well done on that occasion by
16.
Daniel. 7 now, serving to 16.
8 serving to 16. Service change. 17 was served to 8.
You just wonder if Nurse might be feeling a bit of pressure here. Nobody wants to go to a game 5. That's the thing about it. This is the first time we're going to 5 games in this tournament, asking players to dig even deeper than they have all tournament long. This is the test. This is the challenge. Oh, this is fantastic.
Yes,
From
it
the
is.
commentary booth.
Oh, that is
18.
Anton Lil Man Daniel here this evening in full flight, showing why he is and has always been one of the most feared players in the road tennis
18
world.
serving 8.
18 now will serve to 8.
Well, all skill, all experience on show here tonight.
Dead ball. Anton, you're warned for football. Anything after that, the point will be awarded to Shakeem.
Warned for a foot fault on that
18,
occasion,
8.
Antonio Daniel.
Serve must serve within the governor's line.
18-9.
Oh, and the crowd is totally entertained here this evening by Anton Lilman Daniel, showing his ability, his striking power. He will now serve at 19 serving to 9. Enthralling moment for the crowd here at
19-9.
the Garfield Suburb Sports Complex. Daniel on the top.
29.
Well, we are on the verge of a game number 5. Game point for Antonio Daniel at 20 serving 9.
A point for Sao Beijing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
The name is Antonio Daniel, and he has taken game number 4. They are jumping, they are cheering, and they are thoroughly entertained here tonight.
Game number 4, a Sao. Joel, we have the first Sao in the semifinals as Anton Lilman Daniel takes the 4th game, 21-19.
Well, they are jumping here. They are enjoying it. Hey, you know what? I don't blame them. This is fantastic tennis. Hey, last semi-final of the night. We are into a game number 5. You could not script it. You could not predict it. But what John Wick did say is that if we go to 5 games, it is going to be the youth. It is going to be Shakeem Nurse. Will that come to the fore? Or will it be Antonio Daniel? I am now calling him Daniel in the Lion's Den. That is what I'm going to call him. And if he happens to win this 5th game, that will be my closing line. But hey, it is all on show here tonight.
It is, and we're talking about Anton Lilman Daniel, who started this sport of road tennis at the age of 7. He was the winner of the Bank Schoolboys competition on 3 occasions. He was so good as a junior, he was not allowed to take part in the school events after he he was not allowed to take part in the school event because he was seen to be well above his age group.
Anton Davien won the 4th game, 21-9. This is the 5th and final
He was
game.
the winner of the Bank
Players
Senior
return at
Tournament
10.
on 2
Dead ball.
occasions already. And
Love.
we are seeing a legend, a living legend of the sport here. At the age of 54, we'll be moving into game number 5.
The 5th and final game of this semi-final. And first blood, first strike goes to Antonio Daniel. Will he also take the last? Oh, only time will tell. What I can tell you though is that he takes 2, gets a bit of a lead, and looking a little flustered at the moment, nervous. But the thing about it is that you're here for the long haul. Once again, I must know that the advice coming from the corner is settle. You won 2 games, think back to how you won those 2. 2 points will not decide this game, 21 points does.
3, serving to Love.
Well, we're seeing an Antoine Lilman Daniel who paced his game so far brilliantly, and he's leading now a 3 love, serving more like the Antoine Lilman Daniel that we are familiar with.
4, serving Love.
What a way to start the 5th game, and this is the strength of the man, Joel. His serves is his strength, and tonight he's showing in the 5th game that he's using his serve to make things happen.
Well, it's going to be interesting to hear the call on this one.
Love serving 5.
Ball is called in. And very frantically, Shakeem Nurse raises his hand, raises racket, and questions the call. And the thing about it is that these are the moments that you're looking for the composure, because you're not looking to allow your emotions to get the better of you in these situations. You're still in the early exchanges of game number 5. You don't want to put yourself in a position whereby you're thinking that calls are going against you and it affects your gameplay going on. Once again, you're playing to 21.
Joel, and once again we are seeing a very healthy break here for Daniel. I'm sure one that he welcomes. At this stage of the game, we're into game number 5. To take that point would give Daniel a 5.50, 5-0, and if is awarded to Nurse, he gets his first point of this serve of Daniel, serving the first serve in the 5th and final game to decide who will advance to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Well, it's Nation News review time here at the Wilde Gymnasium. I want to say good night to everybody who has joined us from all around the world. And we also want to say thank you to all of the partners and all of the sponsors who have come on board to make this very night possible. It certainly would not be Barbados Road Tennis Open Finals 2023 without them. So the BTMI, Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., the Nation newspaper, Digicel Plus, U plus Digicel Plus equals more value. Marvalene, the original, always moving forward. Ministry of Youth, Sport and Community Empowerment, the National Sports Council, Barbados Road Tennis Association, and Barbados Bottling Company, the hydration partner of this year's Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. That Nation News review is what we have on screen now. Down the line,
it's truly amazing the way how Daniel plays his shots.
It'll be interesting to see what we're able to come up with from this review. Don't forget that the original decision was that the ball was in.
Looking like a better view here. Let's see when the ball comes into the frame.
It's a question of whether or not we might actually be able to get it here, because we're utilizing the baseline, but it's that sideline that we need to see. And here is the angle we're looking at. Down low is Daniel. He probably has a good sighting of this one. Probably gonna have to take that one back just a bit and then roll things forward to come up with the decision. Well, once again, it's going to be an interesting, tricky call to make, utilizing the technology on this particular decision.
Well, Joel, experience is certainly showing to be working here this evening for Anton Lilman Daniel. We're into the 4th game. The question is, we're into the 5th game, correction, and we were wondering if he had the endurance, and he's definitely showing that he's still very much in this game.
Yes, indeed, he's striding out to court here. All of the confidence that he started this Barbados Road Tennis Open tournament with. Still, once again, looking at this Nation News review, wanting to make sure we get the call right.
But a break that I'm quite sure that Daniel would totally enjoy and appreciate at this stage. We're into the 5th game. It's not over as yet. Lots of tennis to be played. And I'm quite sure at this break he would surely be thinking, talking and strategizing with his coach in Dayton Roach.
Well, our video referee decision tells us that the ball is out on that particular occasion. That Nation News review.
Well, this is a very good start nonetheless by Daniel to get the first serve in and into the 5th game. I'm quite sure that his biggest supporter in the world, in his partner in Annette Cadogan, will be quite happy with what she's seeing so far. She's his #1 fan, and she's looking to see Daniel in the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Well, a discussion ensuing here at the moment. Both players having a conversation with the chair umpire. The point, based on the review, was given to Shakeem Nurse.
1 serving 4, service change.
1 serving to 4. Very good start here by Daniel. Oh, what a play by the young Nurse. Both players covering the court really well in game number 5.
2 serving 4.
The energy levels still seem to be very much there. 2-4.
2 serving to 5.
First matchup between these two athletes. What a you were talking about shots. Joel, you just got one. Top shelf shot. What a play by Nurse to stay close, stay within this game. Well played there. Excellent shot.
One from the top draw there for Shakeem Nurse. That too goes into that bag. That bag of Marvalene play of the match.
4 serving to 5.
Pulling himself back, talking to himself all the way.
He knows the importance of this particular serve.
4 serving to 5.
5 all would be great.
Picture of concentration is Daniel.
Service change.
And a picture tells 1,000 words. Those 1,000 words right now are all happiness for Shakeem Nurse, pulling things back to 5 all.
And ball 5 serving to 6.
Well done on that occasion by Nurse. Going wide, forces his opponent in Daniel.
5-6.
So you're seeing Shakeem Nurse moving the ball a bit more. He seemed to put the drop shots and the soft touch behind the net on pause at this point in time. and is moving the ball a bit more and keeping
5-0
Daniel
to 6.
on the move. Daniel looking to paint an already painted line.
Ball on 6.
Original call was the ball in
Shakeem
favor
is challenging the call.
of Antonio. Daniel would have taken the score to 6-all. However, a challenge
Back line.
on the back line by Shakeem Nurse. All that means it's time to line up another Nation News review. Certainly a lot more animated in this game. Number 5, Shakeem Nurse. And well, there's simply no coming back after this. Winner takes it all and has a shot at that $20,000 on October 15th at this very venue, the Garfield Sobers Sports Complex. Lovely to see everybody here who has joined us in person to take in the festivities and add to the atmosphere here in the gymnasium.
A very electrifying atmosphere indeed, as we are seeing some explosive shots by both players.
If you're looking at the screen and saying to yourself that Daniel looks a little drier than he did across the first 4 games, it's because he's changed his shirt. The other one I do believe was just drenching a bit too much sweat for him to carry on. And it's been hard work out there for both players. Youth on one side, experience on the other. Who though will triumph here? I was going to say under the stars, but under the lights of the gymnasium.
And a lovely crowd, Joel.
Indeed, indeed. It's been fantastic to watch them across what have been the rounds within the community, and then seeing everybody trickle in here to the gymnasium. And I'm pretty sure that they all appreciate being here in the gymnasium as well, just in terms of the ability to still capture the action. Because when we're out in the community, you always know it's a first come, first serve in terms of positioning and trying to get the best vantage points on offer. But here in gymnasium, you know, you can sit down pretty much anywhere and decide what angle you want to take in the tennis from, and also in a very cool environment, might I add that. And I am grateful for the cool environment that we have here, because things were a little hot and steamy. Yes, steamy on the outside. Well, we're still waiting for that Nation News review to get loaded here to decide whether or not that point stays in favor of the little man, or whether or not things will go in favor of Shakeem Nurse.
In the meanwhile, we see the chair umpire getting some further word from maybe the match referee. In the chair we have Tito Ellis. But Joe, we're in the game number 5 and we're still seeing some good energy by both players. Certainly we would expect the 18-year-old to be still bouncing around, but we have the 54-year-old who's also still moving around really nicely. I spoke to Daniel about 2 nights ago, and I was asking about his condition, how he's feeling. And he said to me, John, I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling good, you know. He emphasized that he's ready. And I must say that what we've seen for the past 4 games, it looks as if he is feeling well, he is moving well, and who knows at this point. But he's determined. He told me as well that he's here to go all the way, and I'm quite sure that at this point and at this score line, he believes that that is very much possible at this stage. We still have his 18-year-old opponent.
Well, we're looking at the review here on this Nation News review. Ball out is the call that is on the screen, which means it will be a successful challenge for Shakeem Nurse.
All right, the ball is out. The third umpire said the ball is out. The review up. The player,
Daniel, if you're looking at him remonstrating on cameras, because the big screen at the moment that everybody has the pleasure of looking at the reviews. Well, it's not showing here in the gymnasium, but on screen and at home, you're able to see what is happening.
Mr. Daniel,
it was indeed
this screen is getting trouble, so you can go and see it on the screen by the match referee.
And Antonio Daniel is now making his way over to the screen by the match referee. And as the chair umpire rightfully says, it is the player's right to see the call. So I'm going to just shift a couple things here to ensure that we're able to see, or rather the players are able to see what is happening here. So we're going to have that review being shown again. Both players joining over by the third umpire. And just looking to get that review. Again, a matter of millimeters, you would have to say. And the official call is that the ball is out. Both players training back out now, accepting the decision of the umpire.
So the players at the final, 7-5. 7 serving to 5.
So we get things started once again. After that was just a little slight break at 7 serving 5.
Daniel serving, 5 serving 7.
In fact, 5 serving 7. Ball in the hand of Antonio Daniel for service.
5-7. Change the scoreboard, 5-7.
Well, there you have it, the decision. Ball adjudged out.
Five 8.
3 consecutive points here for Nurse. It's looking good. The thing about Joel is the shots, when they're on, they're on. But when they're out, those same shots, being your strength, could also be Achilles' heel.
6 serving to 8.
A chance for 7-8 here for Daniel. He's not able to capitalize. Service change now at 9 serving 6. 3 points to the good for Shakeem Nurse. Can he improve on that position here with his service?
He appears to be growing in confidence, young Nurse, minute by minute in this 5th game.
9-7.
Well, this is where champions dig deep. And Antonio Daniel is just that. Oh, but the skill, craft and guile of Shakeem Nurse gets past him on that occasion. And I mentioned the fact that the animations are even more on show here in game number 5. You see the players switch sides once again in the final game. This being game number 5, players will switch once the first person gets to 10. That is Shakeem Nurse.
And you saw his reaction as he was changing over, pumping the air. He understood the importance of that particular point. And let's see if he can capitalize and press on with his 3-point lead.
11-7.
Well, coach is looking towards Daniel and saying, please question that. He raises his hand in the affirmative and opts to use a challenge. So another break in play here at 11:29 in beautiful Barbados, the Eastern Caribbean.
We've got to say a good evening and truly hope that our viewers are really enjoying this final semi-final event to determine who will join Mark Griffith in the finals of the Men Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. We have the ladies in Maudlyn Blunt. She will be coming up against Sheldene Warren in the ladies' final, as we're just awaiting one other opponent as to who will join Griffith in the men's side of the draw. So, another review moment. Joel, these reviews, I must say they're serving a purpose. In some cases, you can say it's really working. On others,
Well, the thing about it is
I'm quite sure that. I'm just supposed to say that I'm quite sure that a person like Daniel enjoying these breaks at this point. I believe so. You know, at his age, 54, every break helps.
Well, we're getting that Nation News review. I'm not sure if that is the particular ball that was being questioned, because the one in question, if I dig back through the memory files of my mind, was a lot closer to that right sideline on screen. Just going through the process of ensuring that we get to the right ball. Yeah, once again, it doesn't appear as that is the one that is under review.
Spectators getting involved as well, hinting that is not the play.
C-long line. You want to see the camera from C-long line?
Shakeem Nurse plays his road tennis in the sauna, and I'm quite sure that Anthony Baku Simmons, taking in all this action, be quite pleased to know that he's performing the way he is at this stage. We also know that Mark Griffith is a member of the sauna camp as well.
So another break in play here in this all-decisive, all-important game number 5 semi-final match of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
With young Nurse still having a slight lead. Can he hold on to this lead?
Well, we have a moment. I can tell you that the 2023 Nation Finathlon, well, that's coming up in November. And talking about the Nation and the Finathlon, well, it's not necessarily been all fun out there. It's been grueling hard work for both of these players. And, well, we have the Nation News review. And it's going to be interesting here because, once again, this angle is telling us that maybe that ball could be out, but if we look at it from another side, we might tell ourselves that is in. But hey, Nation News review time. What will the end decision be? We're standing at 10 serving 7 at the moment. But that Finathlon happens on November the 19th, 2023. The event starts at 6 a.m. And yeah, you can participate in this year's Nation Finathlon. And you can also participate in telling us whether this ball is in or out.
Good evening to Wayne in the US, in New York, and the entire posse there in New York taking in this action. I gotta say a special good evening to Greg. That might be named Django. You watched the movie Django?
Yes, indeed I have.
Oh, there's a guy who plays road tennis and he actually goes by the name of Django as well. Very good player in the day, back in the day. Plays a lot of tennis in Charleston. And I'm quite sure that all I know, he's taking in all this action. A big follower of the streaming. Good evening to Django and the entire Charleston crew, who I'm quite sure taking in some of this action as well. Still waiting for that final decision as we enter the 5th and final game to decide which player, Antoine Lilman Daniel or Shakeem Nurse, will advance to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023.
Ball is out.
Ball judge out.
So it's 10-8. 10-8.
Ball has been judged out. And that now puts us as a position of 10 serving 8 points in favor of Antonio Daniel.
Very good.
11 serving to 8
by Nurse. Haven't seen the weight off in a while.
11-8.
This young man continues to be thinking his tennis.
Service change. 8 serving 12.
Service change at 8, serving 12. Hands to the heavens.
We're seeing
Shakeem Nurse.
We're seeing a developing Nurse. His thought process of this game is really improving. Can it get him to the finals in 2023?
9
Well,
serving
he's
to 12.
up against a formidable opponent in Antonio Daniel, and he will not be letting up any time
9 serving
soon.
to 12.
Daniel,
10 serving to 12.
very, very clever player in Daniel. Moves the serve back to the forearm of Nurse and got his just reward.
Any officials seeing that one?
Nurse.
Shakeem Nurse is questioning whether or not that was a net ball.
10 serving 12.
So Daniel looking to close this gap as quickly as he can, and he's off to a very good start. 2 out of 2. Call that 3.
11 serving to 12.
Out of 2. Well done here so far by Daniel.
He is here to stay and he is here to play. Antonio Daniel.
11
As we
12.
were asking questions about him, he is here delivering the answers.
12 all.
Tied up here now
12 serving
at
12.
12 all. Do not move, ladies and gentlemen. We could be going down to the wire.
Quite sure that we are. This is good. Again, we're seeing Daniel second half, starting this second half with his 4 serves, winning all 4.
serving to 12.
So now he's 100% already in the second half of this 5th game. Oh, what a play by Nurse. Good
13 serve
anticipation.
to 12.
Good anticipation. He read that one and he had the answer. He was just waiting and he delivered to take a 1-point lead, as he will now serve at 13, serving to 12. Well done by Daniel.
Serving to
He
12.
won 4 out of 5 and he's very much back in this game.
Thirteen all. 13 serving 13.
Game number 5, and Daniel strolls around, looks very much ready to compete and fight all the way to the end.
Serving 13.
14-13. I'm
14 serving 13.
Oh, that's a
15
very
serving
good
13.
backhand by young Nurse, inside out, down the line, but the ball spun away from his opponent, and well done by Nurse.
15-13. Dead ball. 16 serving 13.
One absolutely important service coming up here for Shakeem Nurse. If he takes this, he gives himself a 4-point advantage going into the serve of Antonio Daniel.
Oh, we talked about this young man. We talked about
17.
Nurse's ability to defend his backhand. On that occasion, he defended well, and he was able to create an opportunity, and in a dismissive style, he's now leading 17-13. Well played by Nurse on that occasion. Taking some instructions now from his coach in Dwayne Lynch. A tower break. In road tennis, you have a service tower break of 15 seconds as we get ready now for the serve
13 serving to 17.
Anton Daniel, 13-17.
And we are here now at 13-18. He cannot contain his emotions, Shakeem Nurse. He says, come on. He knows he has it. Can he get himself over the line? It will take 3 points. 3 moments of magic or 3 moments of simplicity. Does he have it in him? We are down to 2 moments. Coach says, relax.
The expressions on this young man's face. Look, see, I'm here about business. I'm ready.
Well, Daniel still has something to say about this one.
Shakeem is challenging the ball. F long line.
Well, the original call
F long line
was in. Shakeem Nurse, on the advice of coach, says, okay, I am going to appeal this one.
Just 2 points away from Shakeem Nurse, booking his pass to the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. Can he do it?
Well, that Nation News Review is on screen at the moment, and it looks as if that ball is in. It looks as if the ball is good, which means that the call should and will stay. But hey, I must wait on the official decision to pop up on that screen. And yeah, I guess
Sure, you're doing well.
I'm doing okay.
You're doing well.
An unsuccessful appeal for Shakeem.
14 serving 19.
And well, we are on the doorstep
Game set,
of something that this young man has dreamt of. It is the final. 1 point away. He can smell it. It's in his hand.
14-20.
Can he hold on to it?
And
21-14. Shakeem Nurse.
Shakeem Nurse. His destination, the Barbados Road Tennis Open Finals 2023.
Push all, and you see the camaraderie, man. Young man in form.
Well, our 2 finalists have been confirmed, and one of them is shedding tears of joy right now. A young man who stepped onto this court believing that he could be in a final.
And a reminder that this
tonight, he has made it possible. We went to 5 games, and here is one of those moments from it with the Marvalene play of the match. Shakeem Nurse delivering an emphatic blow, beating his chest, and knowing that tonight he was the man for the job. The Marvalene play of the match. What a match it was here. What an entire event this has been. The semi-finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. Talk me through Shakeem Nurse in game number 5. Talk me through Shakeem Nurse overall in this semi-final, John.
I believe that we saw Shakeem Nurse, who continues to be developing his mind, his composure. He's been around a lot of great road tennis players for a very long time, and we're seeing a young man who's soaking in a lot of information. We're seeing a young man who's at a place where he too is now maturing. At 18 years old, he is showing maturity in this sport of road tennis. He was a couple years ago, he was very attacking. He was always out there looking to do something extra special just to get person's attention. I know he's learning the trade. It's not only about attacking shots, it's about reading styles, playing styles, and defeating different styles.
Well, at the moment, he's unable to control his emotions. You can understand why, because this is just an amazing occasion to be on stage. But let's hear from him now with Marsha Boyce.
Well, it was that proverbial battle. Youth versus experience for the second men's semi-final of the Barbados Road Tennis Open. And in this case, it was the young gun, Shakeem Nurse, coming out on top this time around. Shakeem, you were the number 2 seed, last year's runners-up, but you're on to the final. An emotional reaction there from you at the end. Tell us how you are feeling at this point.
I feel really good because I get finals, and it was a hard fight call. And I thought it was an excellent player given that, and youth versus experience. I believe that I know I could have won at the fight, but he gave me a long run for my money, and I feel good about winning.
So unlike the quarterfinal match, you started a lot better this time around. You know, you got out to a quick start. You went up 5-love, then 11-2 before closing it out 21-11. You seemed very confident at the start of this game. Was that your mentality going in?
Yes, because I know once I get the first game, that will create pressure, so he would have to work hard enough to catch me back. And I know that was a longer fight, and I believe if I had carried for the long run, I believe I could win, and I could succeed.
Now, Daniel rebounded to take the second game, and he really pushed you at the end of the third game, but you held on to take that one. But there was a lot of discussion between you and your coach, particularly during the challenge reviews. What was some of the advice he was giving you at that point in time?
My coach, he told me to settle down because I was rushing the points, and he told me to settle down because at first, when I win the first game, I feel like that I could have blasted out our turn. And for hard players like the old men that in the tennis and the experienced player, you can't expect to come and bully them out. You have to play and sit down upon the ball. So in the first game that I win, I went rushing, I went away from my game plan because I come with a game plan tonight. And I played the game plan the first game, like running about the court because you know that you old. So you had to settle down.
Now, this was one of the longest games for this year's tournament. Were there any concerns for you about your fitness level the longer this contest went on?
No, please, because during the tournament, before the tournament started, actually, I was working, like, I was running, playing extra tennis in the evening. Like, I was getting ready for the tournament. So, no, please.
So now you have that final match against Marvalene Griffith, a rematch of the 2022 final. What can we expect from you this time around?
Last year, Mark beat me in the finals. Bad luck to me because I rushed the night, but Venom is an experienced player and a very good player, number one actually in the sport. So I believe that at this point of time, I believe that I'm going for the big prize, the first prize.
Well, Shakeem, congratulations on your semi-final victory, and we wish you all the best for the final.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Well, there you have it. The words of the second man to make his way into the finals of the Barbados Road Tennis Open 2023. Shakeem Nurse, full of pride in knowing that he could have done it here tonight. Of course, unfortunately, this is not possible without our sponsors. We want to say thank you once again to all of them. The Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., the Nation newspaper, Digicel Plus. You plus Digicel Plus equals more value. Marvalene, the original, always moving forward. Ministry of Youth, Sport and Community Empowerment, the National Sports Council, Barbados Road Tennis Association, the Barbados Bottling Company, our hydration partner. What a semi-final night it has been. All in all, congratulations to all who have made it into the finals. And those finals going down here at the Garfield Sobers Sports Complex on October the 15th. That's Sunday night, where we journey back here to decide who will be the champion, who will be winner of it all. It's been a pleasure being here. On behalf of all of us here, part of the production team, I want to say thank you and good night to all of you.